Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the stream. A little bit of a different thing for you for this afternoon. We are going to be ranking all of the TV shows and movies we've watched in the past year or two. I hear someone talking in the background, or vacuum
Oh,
cleaner.
give me a second.
You hear
Yeah.
a vacuum cleaner talking
Yeah,
in the
so,
background, yes.
yeah. But yeah, no, chat, we're going to talk about all the movies and TV shows we've watched in the past year. So we are going to include some stuff from 2022 because we previously have not ranked it at all. But yeah, so what my friends and I do is we every night, like the reason why my stream's usually around 10 p.m. or so is all of our friends and we all go into Discord and watch different TV shows we watch. As you can see, variety stuff. We watch anime, we watch live action stuff, we watch old stuff from Pixar or whatever, we watch new stuff. Like we watch a variety of shows. And so we have not put in this for 2022, so we are including some things we watched in 2022 as well. Yeah, we're gonna rate these on a different scale. So we're gonna have 5 stars of like just absolutely great show, one of our favorites, just really, really good. 4 stars, a show that was really great, but held back by a few minor issues that prevent it from being perfect. Then we have 3 stars, which is a show that's fine. You know, it's all right. It's not the worst thing we've ever seen. It still has some good elements, but it could have been better with maybe another turn at the writing department or the acting department. 2 stars, a show that's pretty mediocre, like not so great. Maybe could have used a redo with a different showrunner, different script writers, something like that. Like the idea might have been good, but the way they did it is wrong. Then we have 1 star, which is just a show that's just abhorrently bad. Like that maybe they should have really gone back to the drawing board, not just been like they should have really rethought it. 0 stars is a show we've absolutely hated. Like it's a show that's just bad, that none of us liked at all, or it has issues that just no. And then we have another category of haven't watched enough of this, not preferable. So this is shows that either we haven't watched enough of that we're currently actively watching, or this is shows that are just not for us. Like there's shows that we've abandoned partially through as well. Like they're just shows that we were just like, nah, I'm not gonna watch that.
Bear in mind that this is all rather subjective.
Of course, yes, this is all subjective. If there's a show on here that you absolutely love, do not let us take away from the fact that you love that show. Obviously, everyone has different preferences. Some people have different ideas of what they think the show could be. Like it's all every.
That's why we have that
subjective.
bottom category, folks.
Yes, so
And
that's why we have the
also,
category.
If you strongly disagree with us, feel free
Let
to
us know in the
rip into
comments
Matt.
section. Yeah, just give me some constructive feedback on like, hey, here's this thing you might not have thought about the show. And I'll go, oh yeah, I didn't think about that, and maybe that'll make it higher on my list. But yeah,
Just rip into Matt politely.
no. Just like tell us why you might disagree on why something is either excellent or really terrible, or in between. It all depends on the individual person's ideals. But we are gonna start, and we have this in alphabetical order / seasonal order. So like we do have some stuff in here, like we have like Avatar seasons 1, 2, and 3 because they are fairly different from each other. But then we also have something like Violet Evergarden, where it's the whole like different shows and a couple of movies are all like, you know.
It
lumped
really
together more so
depends
because
on
they're the same kind of
show.
vibe.
It depends on the show and the content of each thing that defines whether or not we've grouped it as an entire thing versus like a season or whatever. So
Yes.
when applicable, we will differentiate between seasons, but also like just have overall reviews as well.
Yes. Yeah, so something like Clone Wars, each season is pretty different from each other. Like, it is telling a continuous story, but they are, you know, individual seasons. Like, there's a clear point where something changes and things like that. Like, the vibe of Avatar Season 1 is very different than the vibe of Avatar Season 3, for example. But, like, with Violet Evergarden, it's all the same kind of vibe, more or less, that we'll get into when we eventually hit that down there.
Right, well, let's get on with it.
Yeah, so first thing we're going to do is, I believe it's Alien Planet, Daniel. This is a show that you wanted to watch.
So Alien Planet, for those that are unaware, is what's known as speculative evolution documentary that basically to preface it, it's effectively an animated version of somebody's writing. I forget the name right now, but the book is called The Expedition, where this dude goes to an alien planet and basically does a nature diary about what is on the planet. So like all these
Yes.
strange life forms that haven't evolved the same way life on our planet does, yada yada, all cool, exotic, all that stuff.
Right.
Alien Planet is basically the same thing as that one, but only taking a couple of the species in the book and also changing the protagonist from just a normal human to two robot AI. Now,
Exactly.
I will say that story-wise, this one doesn't have a lot, but
It's,
it's
not
also
really
not-
story focused.
yeah, it's mainly about the creatures. And the creatures themselves look fine, but
Obviously,
first-
the CG will be dated because it is a 20-year-old thing. But
yeah, the CG is dated, but the creatures move fine.
yes.
It's the environments that I have the most problem with in that one, in that most of them are just wide open expanses.
Yeah,
There's
mostly just
barely
plains.
any. It barely looks like anything else lives there but the couple of creatures that we see. And mind you, this might not be any different than how the book portrays the environments, but I was under the impression that there was at least a little bit more foliage of some form on the system, but I might be wrong on that one. The other part of the thing that I'll take more offense to, though, is the accuracy of the information that's stated by the experts, or the, I guess what do you call them? The professional, like, scientists and
People who
like,
would know
evolution.
about how evolution might occur on another planet, but it's
yeah,
all, of
like
course, speculation.
paleontologists,
Biologists.
biologists, evolutionary scientists, all those jazz.
Popular
So-
science people and the less popular science people.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Choose
like,
who we identify
they
with.
are all around, but some of the things don't line up with how the book portrays them, and it's very strange. So, like, one of the first things you hear is that the first predator creature you encounter is like the size of a T-Rex in the movie, but in the book it says it's like, well, I don't actually quite remember. It might be accurate, but I'm pretty sure that it was smaller than a T-Rex at the very least. So I don't know.
Yeah,
It just,
and then
it kind of just sounds like some of them didn't actually read the book, or somebody who wrote the script didn't read the book.
they like read like the cliff notes basically.
Or somebody
Yeah.
decided, well, that's nice and all, but I'm
is
the
a
one
show
writing
movie.
this movie.
True.
Yeah.
That's how.
Oh, it's expedition, being an account in words and artworks of the 2358 voyage to Darwin 4 by Wayne Barlow.
Yes.
It is
And then-
it's a very good read, but
Yeah. Also,
Yeah,
back
chat.
John-
to the
for the
actual movie. Personally, I would put it at like 3 stars, bordering 2. Like, it's nice to see them move, but honestly, most of the things don't actually do more than 1 or 2 actions for
Yeah.
time we see them.
Yeah, it is a show where they kind of just are like, look at this, and then they don't do that much with it, which I feel is a restriction of the time. Partially because, like, Daniel's talking about the environments. All the environments kind of like Shadow of the Colossus, where there's just nothing. Like, there's really nothing
Yeah.
around, which is very much a limitation of stuff made with CGI in the 2000s. Of, yeah, it's kind of hard for us to render this giant animal and also like trees. Like it's
I mean,
very
fair
plains
point,
heavy
but-
environment. Like the environment reminds you of Shadow of the Colossus, where there's just not much around other than grass.
Yes, it is plains and grass and very little else.
Yeah, I'd give it 3 stars as well. It's all right if you want to find something to kill an hour and a half that you think, oh, that's kind of neat. It's good for that, but it's not something you should deeply look into or anything like that. Like obviously you
I
can
would
go find
also-
other speculative fiction, but it's all
Yeah,
right.
it's a cool speculative fiction piece, but honestly, if you really wanted to learn about the world, I would just recommend picking
The
up the
book.
book somewhere.
Yeah,
See,
Greg.
what gets me about it is it it's something that has a lot of potential, and it's one of the few speculative fiction like watch pieces that's really out there. We don't get a lot of this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And at least to me in my brain, based on when I've seen things, this is basically the representative of speculative biology and ecology on the screen as a whole. Which makes me really want it to be better. It's like between this and The Future is Wild. It's like those are basically the two things that I picture as, you know, what is speculative biology? How do we present that to a television audience, basically?
Yeah.
And they both have their own issues, and I think that they could be a lot better, but I think that this sort of thing deserves better more than anything else.
Yes.
Yeah, it's also not helped by the time.
Yeah.
Like all of these came out about
20 years ago.
like early 2000s, so they're all dated to hell and back. And they really need, like, in order to bring the things alive to the point that they should be brought alive, they really needed like an extra run through of time.
Yeah, like it's clear that like I mean, so here's the thing, chat. You have to remember that making CG for television in the 2000s was really difficult, like, and very expensive. Like CG is not as like easy to make as it is now, because instead of like, oh, you know, I'll render this and it'll take maybe 12 hours, it would take weeks to render something. If you had to change it, it would take weeks to re-render that. Like you had to be careful, and if it was like kind of somewhat off, you would go and that's about it. Like, because you didn't really have much of a choice, especially for TV. Obviously, there's still bad CGI on TV, Arrowverse, but like, you know, especially 20 years ago, it was difficult to like get decent looking CG creatures that aren't just normal creatures to like make them look like they're doing something.
Yeah. So,
It makes more sense on like, you know, a TV in the 2000, in your average early 2000s TV, which was 40p, kind of a shitty cable box, and like that's about it. So I think I agree with Daniel that 3 stars is pretty good here. What do you think, Greg?
I mean, leaving aside the like technical CG stuff and everything, I tend to be more critical of adaptations from books just because I like books. I like books, and I
cannot
really
lie.
want the people who adapt books to respect the original work.
Right.
But I also recognize that's not always going to happen, and that the people who are doing adaptations have their own creative visions. In this case, I could not for the life of me see what the creative vision of the adapting party was supposed to be.
Gotcha.
And that, on reflection, and given some time after we watched it, honestly pushes this down to the point where it seems in the upper realm of 2 stars to me. But
Maybe if we, as we
You
put
guys
things
have-
into the categories, we
Yeah.
put like we move it on 3 star, but we keep dropping it down.
no, but the thing is, you guys have made a pretty compelling, like, well, not. I mean, it doesn't really argue me up to 3 stars, but I see why you would put it there, to the point that, like, I'm not going to argue. Put it in 2 stars. I'm gonna
Okay.
defer to you guys.
All right. As someone who hasn't read a book since college, because I'll just watch TV. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I've had issues where they adapt something from the book and it's not the same. World War Z. But I'll go for 3. What do you think, Daniel? We do 3 stars, but as we keep adding things, we drop it more and more to the right.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right, yeah, so bottom 3 star. Next is the Animal Crossing movie. So this was a movie recommended to us by Dennis, who has been on stream a couple of times. It's based off. It's from how many years? When did it come out? Is it like?
It's fairly old. I think it came out after like the original. Let me poke at the internet. Let's see. Animal Crossing movie came out in 2006. So I think that's
Bless you.
shortly following either.
It's
The
around the
original
time
or-
the Wii one came out. It's a little bit before I think Wild World.
Wild World was.
It's Wii, right?
That's wasn't it?
Is it?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Wild World. Here we go. Wild World is let's see.
Yeah, Wild World is DS. The other one, the Wii one, is like
Yeah.
City something.
City Folk. Yeah. Wild World is 2005 for the DS, and City Folk was 2008 for the Wii.
Hmm.
Gotcha.
Well, regardless,
Yeah, so it came out on the DS one,
after
too.
like the second game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's obviously intended for small children. Like, which is a habit of stuff you'll see in here from a couple of our friends. I think, like, I don't know. I mean, like, it's cute. Like, it looks nice. Like, there's not really any issues I can see with the design. It's just sometimes, like, the story is just kind of whatever. Because it's like, hey, I need to do this. It's like, okay. It's like, you can explain any of this? No, because it's a children's movie and it's not going to explain anything. Like, that's the problem I have with stuff that's not from either old Pixar or old Disney, is they're just like, here's an idea. Are you going to expand on it? Unlike old Disney, no. Like, they're doing, it was like modern Disney where they just are like, who cares?
I will note
I
that
don't
a
know.
fair bit of, I guess, like the idea here is that with Animal Crossing, it is kind of just like random when things happen.
Yep.
Like, it's not a justification for this happening, but I can understand why there's less story, because if you really think about the story of Animal Crossing, there's really nothing that goes on. You just
No.
occasionally, like, something occasionally happens is about the best synopsis you ever get out of the story.
And that's pretty true for most Animal Crossing things, is you get there, Tom Nook makes you fall in debt, you eventually pay it off, and then you just kind of rearrange your island every once in a while. Like, that's Animal Crossing, is
Yeah.
you just rearrange things. It's very much a casual game, which is why it exploded during the pandemic when you couldn't go outside and do casual things.
Yeah, but that same casualness doesn't really work.
Doesn't work for a movie.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, like, it's neat and it's cute, but it's not really, like, I don't know, it doesn't have a plot. 'Cause, like, even something Toy Story is relatively, like, plot of Toy Story is simple. Toys come
But it's
alive
there.
and they lose their owner and they have to find their way back to him. Like, that's a relatively simple plot, but there is more to, like, Toy Story in, like, general than, like, you know, just, hey, we're toys, yeah. Like, there's actually, like, a point to, like, all of it. Animal Crossing just feels like an excuse just to, like, animate stuff. Because they're like, this looks cute.
It felt
It is very
nice.
much.
Like, if you have
It's-
small children, it's good for them, but otherwise, don't. Yeah.
It felt nice, but it didn't feel like it had much more than nice.
Yeah,
It also just kind of felt like a advertisement of
the game.
like, yeah, like this is what you get when you play Animal Crossing. Is what I
More or
get
less, yeah.
when I
Especially
felt
Animal
like
Crossing
it.
back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you guys
A
want to do?
reminder that Animal Crossing way back in the day was a
Was
lot
not
more boring
popular.
than Animal Crossing now.
Yes, Animal Crossing back in the day was very much a, this is your thing, that is it. Like, it's not like now where you can, like, go to other people's islands and there's updates with more content. It's like,
Yeah.
this is the game. That's it. You bought the disc, congratulations. That's the disc.
You live here now.
Yeah, exactly. There's no, like with Island or whatever. What is it called? Animal Crossing. What's the new one? I I forget the name of it, but like they put out the game and there was like a little drawing content, but then they kept pushing out updates every few months to it to be like, here's some more things you can put on your island, here's some more customization. But then eventually,
Yeah, when you had it on the Wii, you didn't have any of that.
no,
You were
on the Wii it was just you bought the
or
disc.
not the Wii,
Congratulations.
not even the Wii, the GameCube. I meant. It's
Yeah.
like, when you got on the GameCube, you just had the game. That was it. You don't have interconnectivity. Well, that sucks.
Yep. Yeah. So what do you want to give it? Like,
A lot of me wants to put it into. Oh, we forgot a category. We need to put the one where it's like not our preference or.
I put that in
whatever.
here, not preferable.
Oh, well then I want to put it into not preferable personally because it's just not my style of content.
I have an idea.
But I'm also not necessarily opposed to giving it like 2 stars personally. Like it would be a very low 2 stars, but 2 stars.
I'm down to put it at bottom of 2-star. What do you think, Greg?
I'm gonna lean more toward the not preferable thing because, as what it is, like
The game
I
ad?
don't think it. I don't outside of basically it being kind of scattered and unfocused. I don't think that there was a lot wrong with it, but that scattered and unfocused is a pretty big thing that gets to me, and I'm not sure how to rate it objectively. Because, frankly speaking, I liked it as just a. Well, it felt kind of like the ginger that you eat between 2 different types of sushi. And while that ginger doesn't really do much for your flavor experience on its own, it's still like what's the term I'm rummaging for? Palate cleanser. It's nice in its own way. And I don't feel inclined to rip into it the way I do, weirdly enough, some of the stuff that I actually like. Maybe that just means that I'm not very emotionally invested in it. But,
Right.
I'm in this weird place where I have a hard time assigning a star rating to it because I didn't see a lot of stuff to latch on to, but I can't really hate it either.
Mhm.
I'm leaning toward not preferable.
What do you think now, Daniel?
Well, then I guess since we have 2 people on it, I would say not preferable as well.
Yeah,
but-
let's do that. Yeah, so it's just not like it's fine if you have small children. Small children will enjoy it because they're like, look at these goofy animals doing goofy things. But like, if you're an adult, just play the video game. If you like the video game, I played the video game. I quit after weeks because I was like, oh, there's nothing to do here. Like, it's very much you need to have the right mindset for it for the game, and you have the right mindset for the anime movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's whatever. If you have small children, feel free. You know, maybe just don't watch it. Next is Arknights, the anime.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
So as
this
someone,
was-
all right. So as someone who's played the game once, I will defer to these two.
Yeah, so if it wasn't completely obvious, I have played Arknights far too much. I think I've said this before on stream, but I am quite literally a day 1 player and have only taken like a couple days. Like I'm pretty sure the amount of days that I have not logged in are less than a month, and most of those are due to the fact that I keep forgetting that I didn't log in that day. So I played a lot of Arknights. I played even on the original Chinese server when it first came out, when I couldn't even read any of the things. So I played a lot of Arknights. I know most of the story beats. I haven't read the story in full, but I know what happens for what the anime has currently covered. And as for what the anime has covered, I gotta say that As a representation of what happens in the story, I think the anime or the Arknights anime does a good job. Like it shows what happens in the show and then or like happens in the game and gives it animated form. My main problem with the show though comes in the fact that what they've actually animated is not good at all. Like you have all of these good story beats, but the animation is often so bad or a lot of corners were cut that it kind of undercuts the main meaning of what you were originally trying to set out to accomplish.
Right.
Like combat, whilst I'm not going to say is anything spectacular in the original story, at the very least, or in the original game, at least looks vibrant enough that you can imagine things are actually happening, even if not much is happening in the game proper.
Right.
But with the Arknights anime, it just felt like people would stand there and occasionally do an action, and then that's their whole attack for the next like 5 minutes while they're talking to each other.
Right.
There's also a heavy use of 3D graphics to supplement actually, what's the word? Actually,
Like the cell animation style.
yeah, it's used a lot to circumvent the usage, or not circumvent. What's the word I'm looking for?
Like they're trying not to have to animate a lot of these, especially when there's crowds. Like they're trying to avoid.
Yeah, they basically use a lot of 3D mooks to not have to draw or animate large masses of people. So like it's fine. Well, it starts fine. But then like when you get to mass amounts of people and then you throw in the characters too, it looks jarring. And then you add on to the fact that later on the like main characters start being less properly animated, and then you just realize, hey, maybe the animating team just didn't have enough budget or whatever, and it's problematic. So that I think is probably the main thing I would have issue with the anime. Is just a lot of the stuff is undercut by the graphics. There's also a weird problem where characters don't actually like emote or move during conversations.
Yeah.
Most characters just kind of stand there and talk at each other and not like move around or act vibrantly or even try to, I guess, what's the word? Like you know when somebody's like really into whatever they're talking about, they'll start like
They
gesturing.
get animated.
They
get expressive, and for an
Yeah.
animated medium, they weren't very animated. They
more or less
they'd
just
even they'd cut to reactions in order to avoid animating lip flaps. I feel like, which wouldn't be that bad, except that the reactions were kind of flat.
yeah, like there's a big scene that was the first point where we all kind of noticed this, where it's like the first or second episode where the main character Amiya gets hurt and she's like coughing and in pain, and this is to show
Right.
how her like inherent disease is painful to her. But instead of focusing on Amiya, it focuses on to some other characters, and all they do is just stand there open mouthed until Amiya stops coughing. Like, if you have a situation like that, you want to focus on the character that's having the pain and not the other characters. But once again, it feels like they're cutting a corner due to like laziness or desire to animate other portions of the situation. So, bit problematic there. Also, for a company that is like highly, and I mean highly dependent on their backing tracks for how like cool and epic some of their scenes and gameplay is. The music in Arknights is very, very dull, honestly.
They
In the
put
anime?
they put the under
the
in
anime.
underscoring, which sucks because Arknights as a video game has some really good tracks.
Like I've
Yeah.
said this before, but Arknights is like probably the top for me in terms of diversity in music. Hoyoverse makes some really fucking good music, but when it comes to having rare and diverse like backing tracks from all aspects of life and the world all in one place, like you don't really get as good as you get with Arknights' like various tracks, and that sucks because for the anime. And like I know that the game itself doesn't have much at the beginning tracks, but even as far as the tracks in like chapter 6, which is the end of what the anime covers, we get better music than what the anime gave us. So I'm very disappointed in the music tracks. Voice acting is actually pretty good, but they have some really talented people working on the stuff. So
Yes.
there's that. Oh, there is one major problem, though, I will also note with the story. I did say that it mostly covers all the main points, but the actual pacing of it, especially when you get into season
yeah.
2 for chapters 4, 5, and 6, that starts getting really, really bad. And
Yeah.
a part of it, I think, is due to the fact that the... Oops, sorry.
Well, while he goes away for a brief few seconds, I'm gonna throw out the pacing that they had was better when they were doing lore drops that of like for stuff that we don't find out until much later in game. When they were mixing it up with information that we didn't get to know until literally, for example, the Rainbow Six crossover. It's telling when you're doing your best pacing stuff around info dumps, even small info dumps. Which leads me to another thing. If you can drop information from later in the game, you can drop music choices from later in the game, can't you? Because that's like
There shouldn't be restriction on that. It's just music.
yeah, like we're coming up to the point where I think the game tracks start really hitting their stride. Use that.
Yeah, like if you have music that's like already available to you, why not use it? Because like even the
It's
Mario
there,
movie,
it
yeah, it
exists.
has some licensed music in it, but for the most part, it's 90% like effectively stuff Koji Kondo / the rest of the team at Nintendo made. Like most of the tracks in the Mario movie, just like random backing tracks that aren't licensed music, are just remixed from the games, just to
Like-
made sound with like a full orchestra, or they like actually are like more detailed because it's a movie and you can't just do like regular Peach's castle theme. Like you need to make it more detailed because it's a movie. But like,
Yeah, but these guys, they have
on.
access to all this stuff, and they show we know how to use information that we don't get until later in the game. Why can't we throw in some music as just like a prelude to, oh hey, this is where this is going. People who played the game will maybe recognize this track from later on, but it'll fit here.
yeah, that'll
and
enhance it.
It'll
actually.
tie things together.
Yeah,
right?
that'll actually
Maybe?
enhance it
Probably?
too.
No? Okay. Guess not.
Yeah, like that'll enhance it too. Because like the thing is, for music, most people actually straight up just don't pay attention to music, which is unfortunate. But like for the people who do know Arknights' music, they can hear that track and go, "Oh shit!"
And
Like,
Like,
that's
here's
a-
the thing, though,
come on.
also, is that most of the like most of the combat in the anime just doesn't have music, period.
Nope.
Not even anything about the music choice or whatever. It's just very silent and it's annoying, really.
Yeah.
Like, why is it so silent? It's combat, active combat. The only time we really get music during any any combat scene, I think, is the first combat scene in the show, and that's it. And like, that's a really cool track, and whilst the scene itself isn't anything super impressive, like, the backing track adds a whole new layer of like depth to the situation, even if it's not a whole lot.
Yeah, I think the only other time we get music is when there's that final boss fight at the end of the second season, when the character literally knows how to sing.
Yeah.
Which, that's cheating.
Yeah.
In a sense.
So, like, there's a lot to be said about the music, but back to the pacing. Like, I agree with Greg that when they're dropping the lore more consistently, the pacing makes a lot more sense. And I will note that the pacing problems of the former, or like of the latter part, might be more due to the fact that the pacing in general is a little bit whack for those chapters, but there are important parts that are set up for later parts of the show that kind of get glossed over. There is one important part with like a picture frame, and those of you that have played Arc Knights Chapter 5 will know exactly what I'm talking about. But that gets like all of 5 seconds of screen time, despite how like actually relevant it is. And it's relevant enough that the game itself gives you a CG of it. And it's one of those cases where it's a couple of lines of dialogue, so you probably have to look at it before it goes away. Or at least if I'm remembering correctly, it has a couple spaces.
I'm going to say a lot of how they paced the second season and what they focused on versus didn't focus on, and this might sound awfully pessimistic, but it seemed like they were focusing on what happens that season rather than what's going to happen later, because they're not confident they're going to get a season 3.
Yeah, like for something like we're about to discuss, Avatar, like they didn't know they were going to get more seasons, but they still threw in stuff. They're like, hey, you know, this could be something we get back later if we can. Might as well throw it in. Like you might as well shoot your shot. Like, yeah, you might not get another season, but like if you have an excuse to shoot your shot, just do it.
And this didn't.
No.
Honestly, it's like, as a person that's been kind of following this since it was announced, I'll admit that I got really surprised that season 2 came out so fast after season 1. And I think what happened is that they either crammed both seasons together during production, or they really sped up production for season 2 to match up with season 1, because they also knew, similar to me, that like season 2 is kind of needed to fully enjoy season 1. But at the same time, it feels like too much was sacrificed to produce the anime so fast.
It seemed a lot like they, very early in the production cycle, envisioned this as a single season and then realized that too much had to happen.
I mean, like, I would have just liked a longer season.
Yeah, if you can't fit it into a certain number it feels like they were limited to a certain number of episodes. Like, all right, you're making this many episodes this season. This is your budget. Good luck.
There's also like
That's happened with shows we've watched. That's happened.
I also feel like this is one of those cases of, the situation where, like, they want to have an even number of it's the same number of episodes per season or whatever, similar to like how most anime do. do it so like every season is 13 episodes or whatever, and if we need to cut content from each episode to fit that quota, then that's what we're gonna do. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like too many shows do that, and I feel like Arknights could have done without that.
Yeah, if there was like 1 or 2 more episodes, it could have been paced better.
Yeah. At least spread out the ball kicks a little bit. Because, like, the bits that hit emotionally tend to be clustered together, and I'll say this also happens to an extent in the game, so I can understand it. But,
yeah, but it's also a game where you're limited to make content. If the content already exists in the game, then you should have as much time as you can for the anime. That's the difference, is a game needs to be constantly updated. In anime, you can just wait a bit. You can be like, hey, it's delayed because we have more stuff to work on. People will go, well, I already have the game, so... Like, there's a difference between that, I feel. Of, like... Because, like, it's an anime. It's not having... Like, obviously you have to make more content for the anime if it gets greenlit. But unlike a game where you constantly need new shit every 6 to 8 weeks, you don't need that in the anime. You can put out 1 season a year, or 1 season every 2 years.
It's not a live service TV show.
No, there's no such thing as a live service TV show. You can just wait. Like, the Genshin anime was announced 2 years ago. Nothing has come from that still. Like, they're clearly taking their time.
That's a whole separate issue we can get into.
Yeah, I know. That's just anime, but, like, you know what I mean. Like, it's a similar issue where they're just taking their time. Like, you could just wait a bit. No one minds if you delay something. I'd rather have something be delayed and good than shit when it's put out. Yeah. Cyberpunk.
Yeah, like...
I don't know, man.
I just really wanted it to be good, but honestly, I would have to give it, like, 3 star, like, low 3 stars, 2 stars even. Like, if you want to experience the story and see it animated, it's okay, but you have to be an Arknights fan to properly enjoy it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that gets into something else, another gripe that I have, which is a lot of it is banking very, very heavily on being emotionally invested and having some amount of context.
But
yeah, as someone who has no context to any of this shit, because I barely played, like, what, 2 hours of it? Hour and a half?
You've seen characters.
I've seen characters here. I'm like, I recognize that. Like, this thing has the same problem a lot of adaptations do, which is, you've seen this before, right? Like, because that's the thing of, like, there's sometimes shows they put out where you're like, hey, you know this, right? We don't have to do the work because you already read this. You already read it or watched it. Like, who cares?
And for new
people,
viewers,
that doesn't work.
It's very rough.
Yeah, like Harry Potter. Obviously, you get more out of the books than the movie. But you can still watch the movies without ever having read the books in your entire life, and you'll get the gist of the story.
And this doesn't really give you as much of a reason to be invested if you're not already.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if I mentioned this.
Hey, GamerDad431, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
But I don't know if I mentioned this before, but when this is a problem with I find with a lot of like gacha based anime. But basically when you have that, a lot of them tend to focus on the characters to kind of advertise to you, hey, these are all these cool characters you can get when you play the game, and focus on that without giving proper development. Now, Arknights' case is a little bit different because unlike most of the aforementioned ones, they actually do focus on the game's story because there's enough of one that it's not incomprehensible for somebody to, say, follow what's going on there. But it still runs into the problem of there's too many characters because that's how the game itself introduces all the characters, just by kind of front-loading them all. Which
and we gotta show you your favorite character and your favorite character and your favorite character, and even if they didn't get a voice line here, at least we got your favorite character in the corner of the frame.
Yeah. And it shifts too much. And again, this is a problem with the original, but it's also one of those cases of it would have been better if we just kind of hard focused on a certain group of characters, or like just focused on Amiya and maybe the Rhodes Island group, and then maybe introduce like say Chen or whatever, and then just kept going on
Yeah.
like that.
This honestly feels like it would have worked better if we cut out some of the characters entirely,
Yeah.
and that's kind of painful to admit. But like even the way that Ace was handled, like it felt like he didn't really need to be there. And well, I mean, past a certain point, he's not there, so problem solved. But
Yeah.
Doesn't exactly help
yeah.
the problem.
Which
Yeah.
kind of sucks because I felt that Ace was a very impactful presence on very early game. I'm also going to grump about how a lot of the character moments were rather undercut, I think, by the need to try and cram other people there just for reactions or whatever.
Yeah.
It-
I think it's especially the case where, like, I don't think some characters were reacting in the original content, and then they just start reacting because...
Or they start air quotes reacting.
Yeah, because lol, that we're here now.
Yeah.
So there's that, I guess.
So, what do you guys want to give this a final rating
Well,
to?
I still have more gripes.
Oh, Greg, well, Greg, we only have a certain amount of time on each
Okay,
thing,
okay.
Greg.
Real
Wrap it up.
quick, lighting. Lighting, especially when there was
yeah.
2D and
Oh, yeah.
3D stuff involved, or when we were focusing on dramatic lighting situations and we just have like side-facing views or head-on views. I didn't think it was that egregious. It was just something that bugged me personally and specifically. That was my own little problem with this. But then we watched something that had really good integration of lighting, especially like it blew me. Okay, spoiler for when we get to Makia where the Promise Flowers. So one of the things that I really, really liked about that was we had even scenes where there's a very prominent 3D model in frame at the same time as the cel-shaded bits, is that the lighting was consistent and it drew you into the scene, and we got dramatic angles for the shots, and the lighting looked good throughout, and this just was not that. I've seen it handled well now, and looking back at this hurts me. This hurts me a lot.
Yeah, I mean... So, you guys are saying hi to...
I'm gonna say a mid-2.
2? Okay. Daniel, would you say 2 then? In
I'd
terms
say-
of, like, if it was
I'd-
the perspective of, I don't know, I guess someone new.
Yeah, from the perspective of somebody new, I would say like mid 2 stars, even low 2 stars. It's not something you watch if you don't like artifacts already.
Yeah, so
Which is a
chat, play the
shame.
game instead. Play the game.
Yes, play the game, please. It's like it might be a tower defense, but it's actually really fun. Please take my word for
Yeah, if you're a
it.
fan of tower defense games, go check it out. Otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not
Yeah,
a tower
go
defense
check it out
guy,
anyway.
but these idiots have been playing this game for years.
Check it
So-
out anyway.
Yeah, like if you don't like tower defense, try it. Maybe you'll like tower defense games, because maybe this way the game does it, you'll like it. Honestly, the only tower defense game I like playing is Bloons, because I played that back in middle
Also,
school.
I would say go do like the event stories
Yes.
a little bit or after you unlock them, because the gameplay for that is like a little bit more interesting than the main story. But anyway, we're taking way too long.
Yes,
So
so
we gotta...
yeah, next thing
we'll,
is...
we'll just be here by Saturday morning. Just
No. But up next is Avatar: The Last Airbender Season 1 from, God, 2005.
That's painful.
So for me, this one is kind of I mean,
So, our history
It's
with
kind-
Avatar, we should probably go over that first. I've seen all 3 seasons when they originally aired back on Nickelodeon 15 years ago. Greg, what's your
I watched it all. I did not watch it in order by any stretch of the imagination. So I caught it sporadically as it was coming out, and then I eventually went back and filled in all the gaps.
Ah,
because I thought, oh, hey, this is cool, this is cool, this is cool. I want to know what happened in between. And a lot of the stuff that happened in between was stuff that honestly
It's filler.
felt like connective tissue. And I could have figured it out without having seen it, but it was good to have seen everything.
And
Now
Danny,
that
what's
I've
your
seen it
history?
all in sequence, it makes sense.
Gotcha. Dan,
I have also. I think I watched it all when it was coming out, so I don't know if I watched it all, like, I guess, in sequence or whatever.
right, like you caught like
immediately when it
reruns or
came
whatever
out.
sometimes.
Yeah, I also own all the DVDs too,
Ah.
so there's that. But I think season 1 especially is one of the
Early.
weaker seasons, and this is more, I think, because it has like the same problem we have with Animal Crossing, where it's more focused on kids stuff than it is on anything else. Like,
I blame
don't get me
Nickelodeon for that.
wrong, there is the occasional points of being, you know, not kid focused.
Monkiatsu skeleton. You see
But
that
then- but
on
then they
screen.
keep- But then when that happens, they're forced to course correct because, not kiddie enough, Nickelodeon's coming down on us.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like it
This
had
really holds the show back.
the first, it has the makings of something really good, but then they kind of can't follow up on it for whatever reason.
Yeah, I blame Nickelodeon for that when the like right because if you read
Yeah.
the blogs and like the tweets of the guys who created it,
No,
you
yeah,
can
no,
tell
I-
that
I
like
don't-
they were held back by Nickelodeon consistently on
Like-
both Avatar and Korra.
You can see how much they love this thing that they're making, and then Nickelodeon just sits on their face and farts.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Nickelodeon like is such an issue for like stuff. Like I really hope that Nickelodeon recognizes that the people who watched the show when it came out are like in their 20s and 30s now. Like they need to realize that like we can handle the mature shit. Like obviously you don't
Well,
have to
speak
make
for
it.
yourself.
I mean, obviously you don't have to make it like Game of Thrones, where you just see someone's head get blown off and it's just bloody and all that jazz. But like you can make
you
it.
have important conversations while people are doinking.
Yeah, you can have like more, like you can have more mature stuff in there now because most of the people who watched it are adults. Obviously, there are kids who definitely watch it because their parents show it to them. But like, it is, you can show somewhat more mature stuff. It doesn't need to be E7. It can be like for teenagers more so. Like you can get a little darker, but not ultra dark. So I don't know, but I think season 1 is a good beginning because I think obviously it worked. I think as a whole it is good. The problem is it does have some episodes you can completely skip, and even the show makes fun of it itself. Like, do you need to really watch the episode of the desert of the not the
Do we
desert?
need the Great Divide?
Do we need the Great Divide? No, we don't. It's even the creators are like, yeah, I don't know why we made that. Like, it's clear
Was
they
it
just needed to fill.
god awful bleach
No.
your eyes? No.
No, it's fine. It's
It
just
was-
in comparison
it
to the rest of the
didn't hold
show,
up
it's
the rest
meh.
of the season.
Yeah, like there are episodes there that are like whatever. Like it's like I don't know. The show has some really great moments, and then there's like facing against Ko, or like when Aang and has to be saved by the Blue Spirit, and the results of that I won't go into because it's spoilery. Like there's some good stuff in there, and then there's the Great Divide, or there's like some jokes that are there for kids, and I'm like, do you really need that? Nah, but I mean, I don't know, I think it's definitely a good starting position. You will not have a bad time watching the show. I think if it's your first time, you will definitely enjoy yourself. But I think if you're older, there are stuff, and you've seen it before, there is stuff you can skip. Like, the whole season, it's not like a perfect show. Avatar is not a perfect show. There are issues with each season. But I think, in majority, the first season is pretty damn good. It just
I
has
would
some
say
issues.
high 3 stars.
Top of
Low
3,
4
maybe
stars.
bottom. Yeah.
Let's do bottom of 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So season 2, I honestly think season 2 is probably the best and most consistent. season.
Bakazula!
Yeah, I think season 2 is the most consistent season of the show. Like, there's no real episode. Like, I mean, maybe there's an episode 2 you can skip, but like each episode is important in the long run of things. light, you get more characters who are more relevant. You get different stuff going on. Like they move around a lot more. You don't just see the same, pretty much. This is a forest environment. Like you see a lot of different stuff. Like you see kind of like a rocky desert area. You see you see forests and towns and things, but you also see like Ba Sing Se. You see they go deal with some water stuff sometimes. Like you see more monsters. You see just like the characters are clearly getting older and doing more different things. Like there's the whole thing where they talk about all the refugees, more or less.
Now, the question I do have to pose with that though is whether or not just making making storylines consistent is making them better necessarily. And for me, I would say that's kind of I would honestly say that it's hard to say whether or not that makes the show better.
Right.
Does it make it more interesting? Yes, without a doubt. But I don't know if that just making people matter more makes a show better.
Right.
Like the quality variance on season 2 was a lot smaller, with a few bits where I could genuinely say yeah, this is great. There weren't scenes that really blew me away as much, but there also weren't that many things that gave me full body cringe.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I do applaud the kind of finding that middle ground consistency, and I think it did pave the way for some of the great stuff that we got later on. But also, it wasn't something that I found to be generally spectacular. Actually, I had a long conversation with a coworker about this stuff.
Oh, really?
That season 2, we were basically arguing about what the best season is, and I can't say that season 2 was spectacular. I liked it from a technical aspect of what can we do with the show, where can we go,
Right.
how does the show work. But I actually don't. I think that the fact that it didn't have the same level of highs that I experienced in season 1 that really drew me in brings it down. So, and also there was always an issue with power scaling, but it becomes more noticeable here.
Yeah.
I think the power scaling is less the problem and more like with season 1, and this is going to probably be minor spoilers, but this is a review, so my spoilers for Avatar, I guess. But you see Zuko fail a lot in the show, right? And to be fair, some of that is attributed to the fact that Zuko is basically the cartoon or Saturday morning cartoon villain of the show, and he's supposed to fail. But when you get to Azula, whenever Azula shows up, it's always she ends up at the very least in a neutral situation to whatever situation she's currently in, right? So if she's supposed to capture the Avatar, yeah, she might not capture the Avatar, but it's not like she lost either. It's just that, she's just not pursuing for whatever reason, right? And that to me is the main issue I have, because it doesn't feel like you can really win against her. You just kind of hit a neutral state, and then Azula shows up later and is like, oh yeah, well, actually, I was in control the entire time. Which, I mean, gets brought up later in the series too, but it's just also, in the moment, just feels kind of bad.
They overpower her objectively speaking, and then to correct for that, they make her into, instead of a powerhouse, more of a machinations and mastermind type character, without really delving into what that takes for her to be a compelling orchestrator of events.
Right.
So we're basically left with the impression that this is a character who could finish anything and just doesn't because reasons.
Yeah, that's an issue I notice with Azul sometimes, is they like have her do a thing, but then they don't go full Monty because like, oh fuck, we still need a show.
Well, I mean, like, that's fair enough that you can't just go, oh yeah, so if the gang gets caught right now, they'll just end up in prison for like 3 episodes, and then that's the show for however long. Like, you
But I-
can't do that. But
I feel like this could have been easily addressed by giving her some kind of nerf early on. Like, I don't know, give her an injury or a crippling trauma. I mean, maybe that's too real for
or
She
the
maybe
has
show.
crippling
like,
trauma.
or maybe like a command to say, bring the Avatar alive or something.
Her
So-
crippling trauma doesn't come into play until like the end. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
We like drop that earlier, or at least hint at it, and show us that this is impeding her ability to perform. I'm gonna give this one a 3-star, top of 3, but I'm gonna say 3.
Alright.
Top of 3 is fine for me too.
Alright, well, I'm not going to argue against you guys. I think it is consistent, and I think there's some really excellent stuff. I mean, like, Zuko Alone is such a good episode, but there is
It has some
power scaling
good
issues.
episodes and good character development, but it's once again like it's the point of introducing characters that stick around and then
You
trying to
need a genre
navigate a
placement. You
story.
need a genre placement.
Yeah, but it's also the point of like having characters that can't lose, or like you can't have them really lose without really fucking up the story. But then how do you say that they win against a character that's strong, kind of thing? Which I mean, I think it's just a problem with certain types of media in general, where it's like you can't have the hero lose because then they're just actually gonna die. But then you can't have them win either, because then that makes your villain look weak as hell. So then what do you do?
Right.
And that delicate balance is something that everybody seems to struggle with because it is legitimately hard, but that doesn't mean that we can just give people a free pass whenever they make something where it doesn't work, you know?
Yeah.
Up next
Anyways.
is season 3, the finale of Avatar.
Oh boy, so I actually
the
feel
early
like,
half has so many issues.
Yeah.
yeah, I
It's
think it
just
actually
killing
has-
time till the day of Black Sun. That's my issue with the first half of season
the-
3.
It's the opposite of season 2 in a way, in that instead of bringing up the consistency, it's kind of the problem is it throws that to the wind and says, "Well, we're going to have this spectacular finale, right? Okay, now how do we get there? What do we do in the meantime? Well, we've got to bridge it in somehow. We've got to make it happen." Okay.
Yeah, like we know
How
that
do
the
we-
comet is going to arrive at some point, but like
We're
we
just
need to
waiting
do
for
something.
it to
We need to
arrive.
figure out what to do to fill our 20 episodes. Like I think I don't know. Like I think the finale is excellent, but like getting there sometimes is like why? Like there's some episodes that I'm like, does this serve a purpose? No, you just needed another episode. Like
Like, look,
that
as much as
episode where they
everybody
like
loves,
clean the
uh,
town that's like polluted river, you don't need that. You just need that
I
because you need.
liked.
It's
I liked
neat.
the
It's nice to
episode,
have them
but
help that town, but like,
What did we accomplish?
who cares?
In
no,
universe, we
Here-
accomplished
here's
a
a
lot.
great
In
one
story,
too. Like, even on the later parts, Ember Island players. Like,
oh man.
don't
You guys
like,
are-
don't get me wrong. It's a funny episode, but
Yes.
did we really need that episode?
that's a trick question.
Yeah, I
I
think.
will note though, like some of the filler parts are also still really good. Still, like the Sokka's Master one, I think
That one's
helps
excellent.
bridge in a point between Sakura like developing. Though I kind of wish it happened earlier. Like actually
Yeah.
thinking about it, I think that's a big problem with the season is that they kind of front or backload a bunch of Fire Nation interactions to this point. Like,
Yeah.
imagine if you will, Sokka's Master happened in season 2, so we got, I don't know, like,
It could have been something
um,
to do in Ba Sing Se. Like, you could have done that.
well, not even bossing say, like.
Well, no,
it's
I'm just saying as an example, like where it could have happened in season 2. Because season 2, like in Ba Sing Se, there is 2 filler episodes.
Right, but I mean more so like maybe they're just traveling along and find the Sword Master house. Oh, the Sword Master is from the Fire Nation. oh, the Swordsmaster is actually kind of chill and is helping Sokka out. So, like,
Right.
you could probably have filled in some of the parts that happen in this season to the last season, and maybe it wouldn't work as well because hey, the gang needs to stay hidden because hey, Fire Nation town, but like throwing that in would have helped establish more of the hey, the Fire Nation isn't all evil before the Black Sun invasion.
Yeah.
Instead of just having all the Fire Nation interactions being before the Black Sun invasion.
Give us the reason to have internal conflict.
Yeah.
Or
Make
actually
us
even
question.
like or even you could have that be for the Fire Nation instead. So like the gang is just trying to get supplies in a Fire Nation town, but then hey, we have to save the Fire Nation town that hates us. Oh, they don't hate us anymore. Kind of thing.
Yeah. Like, there's been examples that I don't understand. Like, sometimes like the plot thing. Like, obviously it's I don't know. Like the. You guys keep going. I'm just trying to think.
So sometimes it feels like they were kind of working episode to episode.
Yeah.
I feel that's probably a Nickelodeon problem as well. But I don't know.
Probably. Oh, there is
Well, they
Like,
also
they
one
needed
other
to fill 20
thing.
episodes, so what are you gonna do?
There is also one major complaint I'll have about the Day of the Black Sun is that the military tactics there are god awful. Like,
What tactics? I don't remember there being tactics.
exactly. Like, they had an army that couldn't do what, or like when the Fire Nation is at their weakest, that couldn't do what what like effectively 5 kids could do on their own.
Yeah.
Like ignoring Ba Sing Se because they probably would have been able to take it back afterwards. There's not really any reason why the series needed to continue on longer, aside from the fact that we needed a longer runtime. And it makes the whole Day of the Black Sun feel kind of stupid in retrospect, especially with what happens like in once they actually like infiltrate the area.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it's all right. I think the second half is definitely the better half. Like once Zuko is part of the team, it gets better because like though it is a bit inconsistent sometimes with that.
But
Like,
I love the whole feeling out this new
you have to figure out
new
what do we do
situation.
now.
Like they're very, very lost. They're figuring out not just how do we solve our big problems, how do we solve the thing with the Fire Lord, but also
How do we solve this thing that's here now?
how do we not kill each other in the process?
Yeah. I think it has some good moments, but I think it is a slog to get to Black Sun, and then it's fine mostly fine afterwards. But
Yeah.
I don't know, like the whole environmental episode feels like it was just there because Nickelodeon, because it's the 2000s and people gave a shit because Al Gore made it. People give a shit.
Thanks,
You
Al.
will give a shit and you will like it.
Like obviously climate change is important, but like
Yeah.
there's so many shows that just beat you over the goddamn head with it of don't pollute your town. Take care of it. Like, I get it. I fucking get it. Even SpongeBob had an episode about being nice to the environment. Fuck's sake. Just like let me like I
And
get
I
it.
would argue SpongeBob handled it better.
Which episode? Really? 'Cause
Mostly because SpongeBob is stupid to begin with.
that's true. Yeah. It's not trying to be like important. It's just like, hey, the jellyfish are having a problem. Let's go help the jellyfish.
If SpongeBob does something moralizing, it's also something that the show is actively laughing at.
Yeah, because like this is stupid, isn't it? It's like, yeah, pretty
This-
much.
This was, even though it wasn't a bad episode, and I actively enjoyed it as a kid, it did come across a bit heavy-handed to the point that it was distracting from the main plot.
Yeah. It's an episode that you don't need to watch. You can skip it.
The fact of the matter is, in something that has a main plot, you need to integrate it better.
Because even after the end of the show, and they defeat the Fire Lord in the end, Like even like they don't even like reference that episode with like a character from that town being like at the celebration of hey the war's over. Like they don't even do that. They're just like this
It's
town
just
exists.
main
It's clean.
character town.
Bye bye.
It feels like it would have fit more in the semi-episodic nature of season 1.
It very much feels like a season 1
In-
episode that got delayed
in
to
season-
season 3.
In season 3, which is all much more, or at least it's trying to give you the impression it's much more interconnected and coherent, it just doesn't work.
No. Yeah, I think
Anyway, I say I put this in front of, well, maybe even behind season 2.
it's like here. I think here's good.
Honestly,
There's good
I-
stuff in it, but there's a lot you can skip, Chad.
I'd say that they're really, like, about even season 2
Yeah.
and 3 for opposite reasons.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I'd agree
Like,
with
very
that.
strange.
Season 3 closed with a bang. It closed
Yes.
really, really well. But to get to that, and it does also speak to how the show kind of raised our standards and our expectations, that we are caring to pick apart this inconsistency in quality. When season 1 there were inconsistencies, but it was kind of, it felt par for the course. Like this. Thanks, Nickelodeon.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
moving on.
yeah, like after season 1, Nickelodeon kind of could have backed off a bit, but it seems like they still were like must be 20 episodes, must have this, must have that, because it's really hard to say no to them because they would just go, all right, well, we technically own your show, so fuck you guys. Like that's a risk that they have to deal with every time they do anything with their damn franchise. That Nickelodeon will do something to fuck it up. There we go, the live
Hey,
action thing.
Nickelodeon, remember who's making you your money?
Yeah, Nickelodeon, remember, they're the ones who made the damn show. You can just go, hey, cool, free money, alright. We'll just let you guys do your thing. Obviously, don't make it super violent because Nickelodeon, but just do your thing. Like, it's an issue. But, like, I don't know. Korra has it worse, though. My god. Well, maybe we'll get to that eventually, chat. We have not decided to watch that. If we do, we'll let you know. But, yeah, so up next is the, so this is from
Wow,
Danny / Mattercell. It is the Bionicle movies from so long ago.
Yeah,
Like,
so I
Going too
believe
I did not
speak
do
for
Bionicle
Matt
as a
and I.
kid.
Yeah, we did not do Bionicle. Greg, I believe you.
Yeah, as somebody with immense quantities of nostalgia, I'm going to say I have extreme difficulty rating these objectively.
Okay,
I-
yeah, that's
I
fair.
watched the heck out of these movies, I read all the comics, I mixed and matched Bionicle sets to make unholy abominations.
So you did all the
I-
things a kid is supposed to do with Bionicle.
Yeah, I made horrifying Spider Kitongu.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't do anything with Bionicle as a kid. I wasn't much of a Lego guy either. I kind of mostly just liked, I don't even remember. I just like playing with other stuff. I was just not a big guy into constructing stuff.
You're a gamer.
I actually have.
well,
the
I wasn't a
have
gamer-
the
well, Daniel,
horrifying
actually, I wasn't a
Spider
gamer until the
Kitongu
Wii
less
came
than 10
out.
feet away.
I wasn't a gamer until the Wii came out. I like mostly just like watching TV. Like I just wasn't much into like even now I'm still not into like building stuff. I'm just like I don't know. Like it just doesn't jive with me. Like I get why people like it. If people like it, be my guest because obviously it's a thing people liked. But the problem is people didn't like it enough for it to not die. So that's an issue. But I don't blame the fans for that. I blame Lego for that for just going, we make more money selling Legos. So you know what are you gonna do?
Kids don't think, right?
Yeah, no, as someone, I think the Bionicle movie, the Bionicle 3 to me are pretty much the same. They're fine. Like, I don't know, there's some messages in there, but there's also moments from, like, who wrote this? Like, who wrote this? You could have written that better. I think all the actors are doing a fine job with the script they're given, mostly, but I think on that it is a acceptable show.
Yeah,
They're
honestly,
movies. They're all the
it
same.
feels like the same thing as Animal Crossing, though it has a more.
It has
I
a
guess
story.
Yeah, that has a story, so it helps elevate it a little bit more. But at the same time, like it's hard for me to say that any of them are particularly good.
No, they're
Like,
all
I will say-
okay.
Yeah, like they do some cool stuff with the CG,
Yes.
especially for the time. But it's not really interesting. It's just mostly of like people talking about friendship, somehow losing that friendship, and then talking about the friendship again after.
Yeah.
It's
Hey, we're friends, villain. No, you're not. Oh, I'm not friends with you anymore. But you are friends with me. I am friends with you. End of movie.
Yeah, there's
It's that every fucking
yeah.
time.
they have a formula,
I
and
get
it
it.
kind of worked to start with, so they kept using it. And
Yeah.
they kept building lore in the background, but I don't think that the movies were able to dip deep enough into the lore simply because it's a movie, you only have so much time and attention span that you can focus on.
Yeah, and they're movies that were released basically straight to video. Like they're obviously not in the theater.
Direct to video stuff.
Yeah, the direct to video
There's
VHS /
limitations.
direct to DVD. Like when you're making a direct to video release in the 2000s, you very much had a this is your budget. We're gonna put it out there, and if people like it, we'll make more. If not, that'll be the end of it. Like there were no, like for the most part, most direct to DVD stuff sucks complete ass.
Here's my
Bionicle
biggest
at least is okay.
Here's my biggest complaint with the Bionicle movies as a whole. They read like, or they watch like something that I would have written and directed as a kid, and they're basically here's what I would have wanted to watch, so here's what I'm putting out.
Yeah.
Like I can very much inhabit the mindset of a writer or a director who has a really clear vision of what they want to watch, but also what they want to watch is very much a kids movie with a very straightforward formula.
Yeah.
And
There's nothing challenging in it.
It doesn't bode well for it that it's what I as a kid would have written. It doesn't bode well that I, as a kid, thought, yeah, there's nothing I would do better about this. There's nothing I would do differently about this. Well, maybe there's a little thing that I would do differently about this. I don't know what the word fanfiction is, but I'm going to write this a little bit differently, but it's still the same plot beats and everything.
Yeah. I think all three of these movies are the same to me. They're like obviously
Yeah.
for small children. They're like if you liked Bionicle, they're neat, but they're very much like a for children thing. They're all the same to me. They're all like okay thing. They're just not my thing. They're just not preferable to me. Like I prefer children's media that's more challenging, like anything from Pixar 20 years ago. It's like, yeah, the Pixar movies are for children, but they're not like for children. Like there's still stuff in there that I as an adult can get out of it. This it's just like it's Bionicle. Look at these Bionicle move.
Yeah.
They're
Nice
not preferable.
Bionicle move. You want to buy the Bionicle for your kids, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much it's an ad.
See, I want to put all three of these movies in between Avatar Season 3 and Alien Planet, but I'm worried that's my nostalgia talking.
Yeah, I'll put
I'm
these under.
honestly just
indifferent.
saying not preferable, really. Like, I think we, or not necessarily we, but just for the ones of us here that aren't like big Bionicle fans, it's just like okay, really.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think we care. Strangely enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just say put them all in a not preferable personally.
Yeah, I'm indifferent to these movies. They're all fine. They're just whatever. Up next after the Bionicle is Castle in the Sky. Which is a Ghibli movie.
So we have a story for this. So
We have a lot of Ghibli movies.
So I had a great idea one day to say, hey, you know what we should do? We should do a Ghibli rotation.
Ghibli-thon.
So like every person chooses a Ghibli movie for their movie night kind of thing.
Yes.
And the reason I had brought this up was because a lot of us had Ghibli movies, and Castle in the Sky was my pick and the first one of the movies. And
I had never seen a Ghibli movie in my life.
yeah, Castle in the Sky is my favorite Ghibli movie, even after watching the rest of them. It's been a favorite of mine since I was a kid. I used to watch the hell out of it back on like my DVD player. It's a really good movie, I think. And it does what I think a lot of kids movies with plots should be. Like
An actual
it's
plot.
well, I mean, it's a simple plot, yes, but the plot remains clear and consistent and still has deeper elements for older people to enjoy.
Yes,
Like us old fogies.
Yes.
it's fogey.
Exactly.
I know.
Yeah, no, like as someone who'd never seen this movie, I think it is pretty good. I really liked it. I liked that it had a consistent plot. I think all the actors did a good job. There wasn't really anything egregiously stupid in it that I could tell. Like there was a lot of stuff in it that I'm like, this is kind of weird, but I mean, anime and Ghibli, so I'm like, I choose to accept it. Like I don't know, the music is good. I think like when you actually get to the castle in the sky, it's actually really cool because it's like, you know, no one's here for a reason. Like this is supposed to be like, there's a reason why no one's here. Like you eventually do get like you get why everything is like the way it is. Like and all the side characters are actually somewhat relevant compared to other movies, especially for Ghibli, where they're just like, meh, they're here, but who gives a shit? Like instead of Miyazaki mostly just going, look at this cool thing, right? It's cool, right? Like there's actually a point. And that's a problem I have with a lot of Ghibli stuff is there's no point. It's just like the point is to just look at this cool shit that we thought up.
Look at this graph.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, no, it's I remember really enjoying this when we watched it. I had a good time with it. What about you, Greg?
Yeah, I really liked the movie. Well, I generally like Ghibli movies. This one is pretty tops for these. I don't actually have a lot to say that you guys haven't,
Fair.
other than it does fall into the Ghibli theme of we have some really nice animation, some breathtaking visuals. We are really good at environments.
Oh yeah, the environments are gorgeous.
And
the world
while
design is
some
cool.
while some of the movies crutch heavily on this one just had it as a supporting element.
Yes.
They built up the characters and the story and the conflicts splendidly, and they weren't relying on their technical skill with animation to get the job done. It was just something that made it better.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that very, very much about this movie, and I'm definitely putting it somewhere in 4 stars.
Yeah,
I
I'd
think
put
it's
it at
top
4 as well.
4-star.
Yeah, I'd put it at 4 stars as well. I think it is very excellent, and if you are not a fan of Ghibli stuff because you feel it's kind of whatever, I think this is one I'd recommend. I'd recommend Castle in the Sky, personally, because I think it is very good. It has some minor issues, but I mean, what content doesn't?
Yeah.
And then up next is season 1 of Castlevania. So this is
Oh,
the
boy.
Netflix anime. So for context, chat, we only watched the first 2 seasons of the show where they basically deal with Dracula. Because we were like at the point after season 2, we're like, don't feel the need to continue. Like I get that might be blasphemy to somebody, but like we thought it was all right. Like in general, like it was not the worst thing, but it also was like not blowing us away. Like the animation in both of those seasons is absolute top notch. It's really
Bit
great.
gratuitous sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it's too much though. Like that is my issue with the show. Is like it
Like
relishes
it's
in the
good,
gore.
but
Like, do I
being good
need
at
to
gore
see
is
like the amount? Like, do I need to see someone's eye being plucked out of its socket?
Like the bits
No.
of people going places that they're never meant to go, it's not necessarily
You can cut.
actively detracting from it, but it is distracting.
Yeah, like there's
It's-
like an important plot point, and then there's a thing that I'm like, you don't need that.
It's more there than it should be.
Yeah, like you can cut back on some of the like obviously you can have it be violent. But you don't need it to be like what it is, where it's just like over the top a bit. Usually, like because sometimes there's like a really important emotional moment, and it's undercut by.
And
I really don't want to.
violence.
And it's undercut by. I don't really feel like looking at the screen for the next 30 seconds. Like, and then sometimes it's just the violence is just random. Like, there's a scene where like someone's like one of the. I think a priest is being an asshole to like one of the people who like the knowledge seekers or whatever they are called.
Yeah.
And then it's just like once he divines, it could have just been like a punch out. Instead, like he literally plucks the guy's eye out. Like, is that necessary?
We've established
guy's
that
just
this
being,
guy
like-
is awful.
Like
We
the
don't
guy is
need
not
to-
being a obviously the guy's being a prick, but I don't need to see him physically disfigured. It could have just been a punch, bit of blood in the face, and then the guy leaves because he got punched in the face really
He's-
fucking hard. It's
He's
too much.
awful, but we don't like.
That punishment's too high.
We're basically saying, okay, you're awful, we're awful, everybody's awful now.
Yeah.
It
It makes it hard to sympathy. Yes, to do that with the main character because like he's just a violent motherfucking bastard. For
I
most
mean,
of it. When he
we
could have just punched him.
do also. Well, we're exploring, or at least we're trying to explore the moral grayness that is Trevor Belmont.
Yes.
And that, I think, is... Well, it's a good attempt, but we don't really get into it enough.
Yeah.
Like, if we're showing him as basically this, he's an itinerant murder hobo.
Yes, he is.
This man is...
He's a guy you really don't want to meet.
He is the RPG player character.
Yes.
And
Right.
Yes.
we could have deconstructed that. We had a lot of opportunities to deconstruct that between seasons 1 and 2, which we will get into. But we kind of didn't. We had him there for the moving things forward, even though he doesn't really want to move forward with this, and for basically splattering human bits everywhere.
Yeah.
And eventually inhuman bits everywhere. And even though we get these hints, like we're trying to look into what it means to be a hero and what's okay or acceptable hero behavior when the fate of humanity, or at least this region of humanity, is at stake, we don't delve any deeper into it. We just take a look at it, gloss over it, move on, because we have more body parts to spray about.
Yeah. It's like, gotta get to the action. It's like, no, you could take a
gotta-
minute.
Gotta coat this entire country in a fine red paste.
Yep. Like, it could have been better. It's just the issue is they just focus on, I feel, the wrong aspects of the show. Like, they focus more on the ridiculous violence more than, this less interesting aspects of the show than the main stuff. Like, there's some characters I'm like, oh, this could have been cool. Oh, they're dead. Oh, this could have been, oh, they're just an asshole. Like, I don't know. That's an issue I have with a lot of the stuff. Season 2.
Well, I
Season
will
1.
also say that Trevor being an asshole was fun.
It was funny, yeah. It was fun. He's at least, he's an asshole, but he's fun, usually. Like, he's usually a fun
the
asshole.
characters do have great synergy with each other.
Yeah, all
that
the
is a
cast,
great-
all the characters actually do have, good
Well,
energy.
at least the main
main
heroes.
ones. Yeah.
The
The
villains,
The
on
villains
the
are all
other
just
hand,
pricks to each other.
The villains
great.
had
They had the moments.
They had
They-
pricks.
well, the villains had
They had something.
Yeah.
no, they just had.
Yeah, I think at least the main three, I think the main three of the show are a good trio because they all have different aspects to each other. Because one is kind of like a hero who just kind of got beaten down because everyone's like, "Fuck you guys." One is just no, she's not really much of a fighter until she is, but she mostly is there to mediate. Like, she's very much the mom of the group. And the other is there of dude, my
And
dad
to get
sucks
you
ass.
the edgelord.
Then there's the edgelord, my dad fucking sucks. I think all three of them have such good chemistry with each other that it's actually really great. It's fun
Yeah.
to see them banter each other. So many times they will bitch at each other and then they're like, I hate you. Well, I hate you too. But we gotta fight these assholes now. So fuck
I
it."
hate you too. We have bigger problems. Okay, I guess we're gonna deal with our problems with each other at some other juncture. But in the meantime, we're gonna keep sniping at each other because honestly, I can't stand you.
Yeah, exactly. That energy, is most of the time pretty great. Like seeing
They're
that
like
energy.
a group of friends, and it's
And
great.
Yeah, it's
I
like
grudge-
us.
I grudgingly acknowledge that we have a lot in common, mostly
Yes.
our hatred for one another.
Known each other for 12 years, chat. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
But no, like the banter is great. The actors are all doing a fantastic job. Like there's no real actor that's doing a bad job with their voice. Like it's all like, and it looks gorgeous, but it's just like the story itself has issues. Like that's a problem for me because like you can have great characters, but if the story is like okay, why do I care? Like that's an issue. Is the show like kind of sometimes tries to blind you with cool characters? Like that's an issue.
Oh
That-
yeah.
That
We're
and I will.
we're also forgetting a couple characters too, namely all the enemies who suddenly got way more screen time than they probably were supposed to.
Yeah.
I mean,
don't get me
all the other
wrong,
vampires are like whatever.
I don't mind that villains are getting screen time. It's just that the screen time the villains get really feels like they remembered, hey, these characters don't actually exist in the
Yeah.
game. We need to remind you that they exist and have characters, right? But the problem is that it spends like most of the show is spent on the villains, and then the villains don't really do a whole lot.
I thought that the villains each individually were rather interesting. It's just when you put them together and they can't accomplish anything because they're bad at the whole concept of we have interests that align in some capacity, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah.
It's just they basically self-destructed.
It's
They really
hilarious
do.
that like when the heroes get there, the villains are busy killing each other.
Yeah.
I
Like-
mean, I
Like I
feel
know
like
that heroes
could-
can't stand each other, but the villains are all just like, why the fuck do you
The
even
villains are a
exist?
whole different level.
It's
There's
a
such a
recurring
problem.
it's a recurring theme of well, people just generally don't get along, and for the villains, I feel we could have at least had a funny punchline about that of like, oh well, they looks like they did most of our work for us. Well,
Yeah.
it's just it could have been so much more.
Yeah. Do you guys want to rate both these together? Because we're already getting into
Yeah,
it.
let's just say
Yeah.
both
Yeah,
of
so
them.
and then season 2, there's interesting side characters, but they kind of are somewhat irrelevant or relegated to
Well, I
you're here for
mean-
5 minutes, but then goodbye.
Did we
and
even
also the
have
villains are-
side characters in season 2? Like most
We
of them
had
were just
the,
vampires.
We had
I think.
we had the vampires. We also had the 2 humans with the vampires. We had the one
Well,
guy
see,
who could
I
bring
did
stuff back
read
to
Those are
life.
it.
supposed to not even be side characters. Those are important, presumably.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to
Well,
figure out how to.
Yeah,
refer
no.
to
So
them.
I did read up a bit on
On
the
those guys?
later seasons. They become more important, but that's like I think the exact point is that there's so much attention drawn to them that it's like confusing who the main characters of this season.
Yeah.
Like it feels like they're
Dracula, who's
preparing
that?
for the future rather than thinking about the now, which is ironically enough the opposite problem we had with most of the series is currently.
The moral of the story: balance is hard. Thanos is
Yeah.
vindicated.
Damn, I can't believe Thanos is right.
All hail the giant purple space alien with the 6 rocks. But no, like I don't know. What would you guys rate this show? Like another 2-star?
Yeah, that it's.
High 2, I'd say it's
Maybe even a
it's
1.
better than Arc Knights.
Yeah, they're
Not
like the
that
same.
much
I'd say
better,
it's
though.
better than Alien Planet, but not by much.
I don't know about
I
that.
think Alien Planet's
I-
better.
I think just from an enjoyability factor,
Yes.
Alien Planet is just like they had a better sense of what an audience wants to see.
Yeah.
I guess, but they also didn't have a very complicated goal for that.
No,
too,
but that's sometimes
But
that's
they
not a
didn't
bad thing.
need to.
They don't need a complicated goal.
I guess.
Yeah. So so 2 stars. Like the shows are okay, but they're not something I'd probably watch again. Like I don't know if it was better, I'd be a bigger fan. But the problem is like some of the characters are just straight up unlikable, and then some of the plot goes nowhere. Like that Viking guy could have been cool, but he was just a fucking asshole who just wouldn't know how to fucking shut up.
He had funny lines, but that was by virtue of him just flapping his lips repeatedly. You know what they
Yeah.
say about stop clocks and typewriters?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I don't think that's what they say, but
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like some of the characters, I'm like, why are you here? You're just annoying.
just
But
a
yeah,
sliver.
yeah, pretty much. But
You
yeah,
know what they say about soft monkeys?
No, actually, I don't.
A soft monkey is right twice as Shakespeare.
Well, you're not wrong, probably.
Okay.
but-
Yeah. Up next is the Pixar film Coco. I saw this movie when it came out in the theater. I thought it was excellent at the time. Did you guys see the movie before we watched it?
Yeah.
No. Though, ironically enough, I think I heard the songs before
Probably. That makes sense.
because,
Internet.
yeah, something like that.
Between Coco and Encanto,
They do blend.
yeah.
Yeah, they do kind of blend.
well, there's thematic overlap. There's a bit of cultural overlap, and the music scores do get along well together so much that you could probably mix and match them to make a good movie.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Coco is pretty good. It has very good moments. It's definitely like more leaning to kids more than older Pixar did. But it definitely has elements that are much more adult focused, like the moment where like there's that guy that gets forgotten forever and just they're like they don't the problem is they don't yeah, like they don't dwell on that stuff enough, I feel. Like the concept of that is like interesting. It's like
Like, this afterlife sucks.
yeah, it's like, oh, you maybe get
They
to live
could've
another
done
like 80
more.
years and then you're just fucked.
If you're famous, then maybe you're semi-immortal, but
Yeah. Yeah, the
You're
afterlife
not
is just
fuck
bad.
you too.
is there an afterlife to this afterlife where if we remember people in this afterlife, then they get to live on in the next one, and we
Who
just don't
knows?
know about it because they haven't established their
Is
Day
there
of the
an
Dead.
is there an
Day
infinite
of the
tail
Dead.
of mailmen to go with all these other mailmen?
Oh yeah, that meme. But yeah, like I don't know, they don't dwell on some stuff enough, and then they dwell on other things too much. I don't know. I feel like the bond between the two, like between our child hero and like the guy who's about to be forgotten. I forget the name. I think
Dad.
that. Sure. I think
Dad paw.
whatever. I think that is very good. Like that whole shtick is excellent and very good, but except for the cliche moment where they're like, "I hate you for no reason." Oh shit, you were right. Damn it.
The family has
The
issues.
family's so toxic. I'm so
It's-
sick of toxic shit. Just make it that the family's like indifferent or whatever. Like you don't have to make them expressly hate it. Just make them be indifferent.
I mean, I feel like this is it's both a dramatization and a commentary on a certain type of dynamic,
Yeah,
which is
right.
why it's so uncomfortable how easily it's resolved.
Yeah.
It's pushing the sense that, hey, you might be in a toxic or emotionally abusive situation, but if you just stick it out, maybe you could get the other people to understand you. And like in a lot of situations, this is exactly the wrong approach.
Yep. Yeah, like it's got good messages in it, but I think it has issues with stuff. I think the world design is really pretty. Like the Land of the Dead is actually really cool. You don't see that much of it though, but you get an idea.
And that's a
of-
damn shame.
Yeah,
The
I wish
dog
they'd-
was great.
The dog's cool, yeah. The dog's neat. But like, I don't know, in general, like it's I don't know. I'm not as positive on this movie as when I first saw it. Maybe it's because when I first saw this movie, I was like, "Oh, finally, Pixar's getting back to the old reliable." But I think this movie has a lot of issues that earlier ones do not.
You know, sleep deprived me loved this movie and would have given it a 5 stars. Me right now cannot say the same.
Yeah, I think I'll give it a.
I'd say high 3, low.
I think a low 4 is good.
Yeah.
It's excellent, but like there are issues with it.
we
There are minor
finally got
issues with it.
something that split up Avatar.
Yeah. Yeah. Up next is the Cowboy Bebop. Chat, this is the Cowboy Bebop television anime. This is not the movie. This is not the live action thing. This is the original TV show animated in the 90s.
Not as cohesive as I remember.
No, there are there are some
Yeah.
consistent issues with this show. Like, I
Yeah.
think the characters are all like, they're fun with each other, but I think sometimes there's issues where they're like, look at this character, see you in 10 episodes. Like,
Look at this character. See you never.
yeah, like they do a character and then they drop them. Like, I don't know, it feels
On their
inconsistent at times.
They made an episodic show when
Not
they
episodic.
had like they have the capacity to string all this together and make the overarching narrative compelling, but then they kind of just didn't until like last
Last 3.
2 episodes maybe.
Yeah.
And this whole thing reeks of missed opportunity. It's
Yeah.
It also it kind of pains me that a lot of the stuff that they were being more experimental with, especially in terms of music tracks, didn't necessarily work out. Because
No.
I love that they're willing to take risks and try things that don't seem like they would work, but sometimes the reason something doesn't seem like it would work is because it in fact doesn't work.
Yep. Yeah. I know.
But
Like,
if we
I'm
throw
glad
it
I
at
saw
the
the
wall
show.
hard enough, then it'll
Yeah.
work, right?
Yeah, I'm glad I saw the show finally, because now I can actually see what it's about.
Now you can
I
say
thought-
you bopped your beep.
Yeah, I thought I'd see more of Ein, because he's supposed to be the Datadog, but that only comes in handy, like, 1 episode. So, like,
I honestly
so
just
you
want
a
a
dog?
I want a show starring Ein, like
Yes.
after Ein leaves the Bebop. Let's just have let's have Ein's Bizarre Adventure, okay? Just let Ein do his thing, and then of course we can have Edward for the translation into human understandable terms of what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Edward's basically the bridge between Ein and the audience for those of us who don't speak dog.
Yes.
And that seems like I almost don't care what they get up to. I'd enjoy watching those adventures.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
basically just that one episode where they just had that adventure.
Yeah, no, and
Yeah.
that was great. And if they had decided on setting that as the tone for the whole show, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But
Yes.
since they tried to make things serious, which they did not handle as well as they could have by any stretch,
Yeah.
I think this show was torn between being this lighthearted episodic thing and this kind of
Thoughts on the universe and your
this-
existence?
this kind of existential drama.
Yeah.
It had no idea what it wanted to be. It was
Yeah,
very
it
confusing.
is inconsistent, but I didn't feel like pissed off really
Yeah.
ever. I was mostly just like kind of annoyed.
I think part of the problem is that they originally set off to be genre defying. And when you
Yes.
define yourself by what you aren't rather than by what you are, then what you are gets a little bit muddled.
Yes. Yeah, it's a consistent issue, but I didn't really have a bad time watching it. I think for me it's a 3-star. I think it's pretty good, but there are some, like, maybe they could have used one more pass round of in the idea category of, is this probably a good idea? And let's change it a bit. Maybe we should redo that. Like, I think the actors are doing a good job. I just think it's the script and the general overview have some problems.
Yeah.
Like, it's alright.
I will say that in a lot of the acting and direction, I think they did a stunning job.
Yeah.
But what they had to work with wasn't necessarily well. In a lot of cases, it just kind of wasn't.
Yeah.
So what?
3
Bottom of third?
I'd put it
low
right
3,
under Alien
3?
Planet.
Yeah, 3-star.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then 1 sec. Let me just get more water real quick. Up next
I
is Cuphead. You guys
Okay.
can start, I guess, if you want to.
Not preferred. Like
Yeah.
I think I've said this already, or I said this when we were watching it, and I'll say it again here. I just don't like the style of show Cuphead is, so I cannot judge.
Yeah, what I will give it is that it is not banking on you being attached to any of this stuff so much. It's not as like as opposed to Arknights, which is basically a straight adaptation of a game, and it's kind of crutching on you caring about the characters and events. Cuphead is more like a game prequel. And it stands pretty well on its own, honestly. But it's also a very specific style of content, and that style of content is not for everybody. Some of the
Yeah.
humor did not really feel like they workshopped it quite enough. And in a lot of cases, the character dynamics felt very one-dimensional. It was kind of trying to be one of those classic cartoons with you have technically a consistent plot where the characters learn things about one another or become closer or further apart, but not really, because it's basically the cartoon sitcom.
Yes.
And because it's styling itself after some of those more classic cartoons, I think it's trying to tap into the vibe that those had of we're episodic, but not really. We have a story, but not really. I mean, it's not Seinfeld being a show about nothing, because we're being about something.
Yes.
But
so
it's not. We're not going to take it seriously because it's it feels Saturday morning cartoon, haha, fun and games with more serious elements in the background that you're not really expected to delve too deep into.
Yes.
And that's not inherently bad, but if you're doing that, you've gotta make something hit consistently, be it the humor or the characters. And while it wasn't super inconsistent, I think some of the jokes got stale, some of them just missed their mark entirely. Especially, I think, Cuphead as a character. For especially as a title character, he was very
Frustrating.
one note.
Yeah.
And his one note was off key. He was one note out of Squidward's clarinet.
Oh god.
I enjoyed watching the show, but I don't think I would watch it again.
I'd say low 2 stars,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
I
I think it's okay, but it's very much for young children, especially.
It's a humor show. If you like humor shows, then you probably would find that somewhat enjoyable. But if you're looking for anything that requires any kind of thought, probably no.
some of the jokes had surprisingly mature subtext, but they never went anywhere with it.
Nope.
Even having the literal devil.
Yeah, I think the actors are doing a good job, but I don't know. Sometimes it just felt kind of it's this week's problem. All right.
We solved this week's problem. Oh wait, it's solved already.
Yeah, SpongeBob at least is stupid, but it's good stupid because it's written by someone who originally in the first 3 seasons was written by someone who understands that yeah, you can be stupid, but also actually funny, older stuff, because it's just it's actually good. But I don't know. Cuphead I have consistent issues with. I'll put it at bottom too.
It feels like it's trying for the same thing as a show like SpongeBob or even Looney Tunes, but
It doesn't have good enough writers for that.
Yeah, it doesn't know how to get there.
Yeah. I don't know. And if I don't know, Chet, but yeah, Chet, if you want to, just go play the video game if you can survive it. The video.
Have
By the
fun.
way,
Well,
the
well,
show's
you
also.
I just want to point out you resigned a bunch of people to go play a bullet hell.
Yes. Why not? You've
A
resigned me
boss
to wanting
rush
to do
bullet
it.
hell.
Yes. But no, so chat, yeah, it's fine. If you have young children, they'll definitely enjoy it because they'll find it very fun. But it's whatever. It's 2 stars. There could have been more, but there wasn't. That's a rating on a different score than Bionicle.
Yeah,
it's
best-
like whatever.
Honestly, best thing about that show was how much it made fun of the devil.
Yes, that is true. That was very funny. Yeah, that was consistently fun. But yeah. Up next. Oh boy, here comes one that's probably gonna be controversial. Death Note seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah,
We're rating
okay.
these separately because they have very different vibes from each other.
Death Note season 1, I love it.
Yeah, Death Note season 1 is
Yeah.
so good.
Like,
It's
so for
fantastic.
reference, season 1 is specifically like.
It's while
I
you're
guess-
facing against L. It's the L.
Yeah, so
it's the L.
Kira
arc.
versus L. Well, I
And
mean, I
then-
guess it's not a spoiler. That
No, but
Kira's
like, well, yeah,
alive,
it's
but-
Kira versus So
No,
Kira.
you spoiled the story for
Okay.
everyone.
Yeah, no. So it's
Damn,
Kira. Yeah. So it's Kira versus L for season 1. And
then
season 2, it's Kira
Is
versus.
Kira versus Whomst?
Who's the villain
Kira
again?
versus N. I
Is
think
it
his
N?
name was.
I think it's N. Yeah.
Kira versus N plus.
Yeah.
N plus.
N plus ratio.
Mello happened.
Dr. Ratio. Yes.
Mello existed.
Yeah.
Mello had a missile.
Yeah. It kind of goes a little off the rails. This show. I
Well,
feel.
we're getting a little sidetracked. So season 1.
Season 1 is 5 stars for me. It's so good.
Yeah.
I think it's our first 5 stars.
I'd-
I don't know if it's.
I'd put it at bottom of 5-star.
Yeah.
Like absolute bottom of 5-star, but it pokes into 5-star.
Yeah.
For
It's
me,
really
I'd say
great.
it's like high 4-star. Like,
Mm.
mind you, Castle in the Sky bias, but I would say it's under Castle in the Sky because a lot of my problem with the show is that it introduces so many characters, and then only Kira and or Light and L really do anything with themselves. Like,
I disagree.
even like, well, don't get me wrong, characters exist and do things, but nearly everything in the show is more or less dictated by how L or Light is reacting.
Wait, shit, I forgot about What's Her Face. What's Her Face drags it down.
Oh yeah.
I
His
want to say
girlfriend?
Misha, but that's not right.
No, I think it's. Is it? What's her name?
Yeah, see, this is exactly
Hello.
my
Wait.
problem though. It's just like, who are the other characters? Like Light's dad, I think. Who, like, his family's not relevant until later on.
So.
Misa, that's her
Oh
name.
yeah, Misa Amane. Amane.
Yeah.
Amane.
Man,
Niece.
Misa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay,
This is-
so
yeah.
now that I've remembered her, she's dragging it down to upper 4.
Yeah, Misa's
Yeah,
so
like-
fucking useless.
Misa is just in the wrong show. Honestly.
She's Misa's so irritating.
Yeah.
I forgot about her. Fucking hell.
Like as
If
soon
Misa
as
was a
she
more
popped
competent
into
character, it would be better.
like it, or if her dumb was funnier.
Yeah.
If she worked off of like Ryuk's dumb, then that would have
Yeah,
been
like,
great. But
They
no,
could
that,
have been an excellent dynamic, and then they just never interacted in any meaningful or
Yep.
entertaining capacity.
yeah, this is
Yeah.
what I mean though when I'm saying like nobody else really matters. Is that like, yeah, sure, characters are moving around doing shit, but only whatever Light does and whatever L does ever holds significance. And like, even when the Death Note isn't in Light's hands, it's still moving to Light's tune.
Yes.
And that's what I don't like about this first well, Death Note in general, but just how much it relies on 2 characters, and then that's it. And we see it in season 2 when one of those 2 characters is gone. Suddenly, shit, everything seems really destabilized. Why is that?
How do
I
we
don't know.
write this story anymore?
Yeah, it feels like they had an idea, but they didn't know how to exactly follow through on like the consequences of
Yeah.
what they did. Season 2 is just like it's very problematic. I don't think
Well, yeah,
season two
but like
is
this,
a good
but we're even
follow-up.
just talking about season one still.
Yeah,
It's
season
just-
one I think is good, but yeah, I will admit some of the side characters are like whatever.
Now, like, you focus too much on Light and L to the point where, like, season one, I think it's negligible, the issues,
Yeah.
and it's still high 4, but season two, when one of those characters is taken out, oh boy.
Oh man, yeah, the show really has issues when you do that. Like that, the entire dynamic of the show starts to fall apart. Like, because it's like, hey, we could do this. It's like, well, why is this character suddenly so much better at this than someone else? Like, why? You could like,
A
there's
lot
so
of the
many ways to
problem I
avoid
have
this,
with
and also
season
some of the side
two
characters are just
especially-
fucking stupid.
One of the problems I have with season two, especially, is that they keep escalating.
Yeah,
Like, it was already escalated when you were starting to bring other people in and, like, raise the stakes of who has the Death Note and whatever at the end of season one. But then season
Right.
two is just like, you know what? Let's just have people know about the Death Note and everybody's fighting over the Death Note. And also,
Yeah.
people have, like, governments now backing them.
yeah.
It also doesn't help that they basically pulled another Light or L with Nero, where it's like, oh, I have the entire U.S. government working for me. Oh shit, everybody dies in one
One missile
5-minute
strike.
sequence. Well, guess I'm stuck being the L at this point now. They
Yeah.
rehash L and it didn't work.
No, they
Because we
tried to
didn't-
get the same dynamic, but it just
We didn't get the
No.
chance to build Nier up into an L-like figure. We didn't
Yes.
get... Like, we skipped the whole thing of Nier figuring things out.
yeah.
It also
Because he-
doesn't help that like Nier is basically just riding on
Hell.
L. So like
Yeah.
we've know
We've seen this dynamic
what a
before.
good character looks like, and then we have Nero, and it's just like, why do we want you here?
Yeah. Nero is just
Can-
not.
Can we go back to L? Can we just
Revive him?
resurrect him?
Yeah. It's such a problem. Like, because honestly, chat, if you want, you can just watch through the end of season one and just be like, that's the entire show. Like,
Yeah.
all the way through the end of the L arc, you could just call it there, and you'll have a much better time with the show than watching any part of the Nero arc.
And Light
can be
wins.
like- and it'll be-
Light's
yeah.
now.
Yeah, and like
Like-
it's a better ending because it's like,
Yeah.
damn shit. All right, well, fuck. Now I guess the world is screwed. Like, it's a much better ending in terms of how the show works than season two. Season two is just like, it feels cheap to end the way it ends, because it's like, you could just end it with like, he's like you could just end, like, there's ways to end season two that were better. You could have just had it that he goes a fucking full psycho.
Yeah,
He just
now
kills everybody.
the one bit of closure we get in season 2 is that Ryuk said at the beginning he was going to be the one writing Light's name in his Death Note, and we got to see that. That's the one cool thing that did.
Yeah. Other than that, I
One.
think season two is a waste. Like, it's you can watch that scene on YouTube and just treat it as if it's just like years later or whatever.
Yeah, it could have been really cool if we got integration of these characters at any point during season 1.
Yeah.
If we had hints about their existence. I think it would have been really cool if they were also concurrently trying to investigate Kira, and that's how they got to the point they were at in season 2.
Instead of just summarizing it in one episode
yeah.
where he's like, "Oh, these are L's notes. I'm
Yeah,
done.
no,
I
I
don't
had
do
this-
any of the work."
I have had this consistent idea in my head of in order to try to get close to what's happening, because it looks like Kira has something to do with the Yotsuba group. Maybe Mello tries to get into the Yotsuba group, and he's there as all the shit's going down. And
Right.
this thing has been in my head as a possibility, and now it's not leaving. And I feel like it would have been better than what we got.
Yeah. So where do you want to guys put this? Do you want to put it at like? You
I
want to put
would
it at 2
even
or 1?
say like mid 2, maybe above Arc Knights, but
I think it's.
I'd put it below Arc
I'd put it
Knights,
below Arc
actually.
Knights, honestly, yeah. Like, because it's just such a high, and then it's nowhere near as good. At least Arknight's like, yeah, it has issues, but like it's still like consistent.
Okay. What's next?
Next is Demolition Man, the
Well, I
Sylvester
can't speak on
Stallone,
this
Wesley
one.
Snipes comedy action film.
We're getting you to watch this at some point.
Yeah, we're gonna make you watch this at some point. I think this movie is fucking hilarious because it's stupid as shit. And I don't mind a stupid, dumb action movie where it actually has like undercurrents of like,
Plot.
didn't think about that.
I will say that the humor
Especially for the
is,
90s.
again, for this one, a little bit of a subjective one.
Yeah, chat. If you like dumb 90s action, 80s, 90s action humor stuff, action comedy humor, you'll like it. If not, you will fucking hate it.
Right.
So,
But I think
so
it does work.
We're making a ringing endorsement for Daniel, who has
Not seen it.
Yeah. So this is
Yeah.
gonna be a thing.
Yeah, but I think
Thank you.
it is excellent. I think it's very fun because it's goofy, but it does have that interesting moment of where like the moment where they like the people who live underground raid the. It's gonna be hard to explain, Jeff. If you haven't seen the movie.
Raid
But
Area
they raid
51.
they raid the Taco Bell for food, and then like they're treating them like they're crap and riders, and it's like, and then Stallone's character is just like, no, they're just trying to get food. Like, what are you doing? Why are you like, what are you doing? They're just trying to eat. And then it goes in there, and you're like, this world has actually some like issues. It's not just like the squeaky clean hellhole. Like,
But also, this world has food.
yes, like
This world has food, and it's all rubbish.
yeah, chat. If you don't understand the Taco Bell thing, you should watch the movie. Because it's very funny. Because all restaurants are Taco Bell. But like the it is explained. But like I don't know. Like I think it actually is pretty damn good. I would put it. I'm trying to
It's
think where to
weirdly
put it.
prescient. In
Yeah,
some
it actually
ways,
is. Yeah, for a movie that's like nearly 30 years old, it is. pretty
and
prescient.
mostly tongue in cheek.
Yeah, when did Demolition Man come out?
Like the fact that they were joking about a lot of this stuff, and then we look around.
20-year-old. It's a 30-year-old movie, chat.
Like,
Yeah.
like, guys, I don't think this movie was meant to be a template for the future.
No.
Dial it back.
Yeah, it's like obviously there's some science fiction elements in here that do not exist, but I think all in all it is a oh shit, that's a problem.
Oh shit, this is a problem now.
Yeah,
They can see the future. They were trying to warn us this entire time.
yeah. It's I would put this at like where we should put this in the.
This
Would you put
one's
this in
kind
the
of
4-star category?
yeah. This one's kind of tough for me because
Put it above Coco.
I'm definitely having a hard time figuring out whether it should be above or below Avatar Season 1.
Me too. Yeah,
Like
I think they're. Oh, that's actually really hard. Yeah. Hmm.
like honestly, I like Avatar Season 1 better,
Yes.
but Demolition Man I think was a cleaner product.
Yes, because it's one movie. It's one movie that they're like, hey, this is gonna be a dumb action comedy thing, like, and that's the whole point. So I think I'll put it right below Avatar, but they're pretty similar on my scale. That they're both like enjoyable.
Yeah, I could go with that.
Yeah, Demolition Man is fun. If you should watch Demolition Man, chat. It's very funny. Though it is subjective. Up next is the Detective Pikachu movie, the
Yeah,
live action
that-
thing based off the video game.
Which was
That
surprisingly
was really
good.
Yeah, this movie was actually like when I first saw this movie, it came out, I'm like, oh, that actually didn't suck complete ass for a video game movie.
Like
Because
when
most
I
video
first-
game movies completely suck ass.
When I first heard about this movie, I thought, I'm probably never gonna watch that, and I'm not losing anything. And then I actually watched it in
Did
the
you watch it in the-
theaters, and
Oh yeah, you watched it in theater
Yeah.
too. Okay.
we were in the same theater, weren't we?
Did we go to the? I think we. Yeah, I think we went. I don't remember. When did it come out? Detective Pikachu?
Matt literally can't remember if he saw it with other people.
No, it came out in 2016. I think at that point I was still in college and out of state when it came out.
Oh, okay.
So I do not
Then
believe we saw
did not
this
see
together.
it together.
No,
I
don't
saw it
believe
with
so.
somebody.
You probably saw it with like.
Maybe you saw it with
Dennis.
a
No,
ghost.
wait. I think I saw it with Dennis.
You probably saw it with Dennis, I think.
That
Yeah, no.
sounds
Yeah, no.
right.
You
Yeah,
and
it
Dennis
came out
are
in
roughly
2016, so-
interchangeable. You're both bipeds.
Chat. Greg sucks at reading who people are.
I think Greg just sucks at reading humans.
Yes. But back to the movie itself. For a video, so until we watched this again, I really hadn't watched the movie since. So I've seen this movie, I think, twice now. I still think it's pretty good. I think Ryan Reynolds is doing a fun job as the talking Pikachu because he's not irritating, and he's just kind of like fun and goofy. But there is like a point of like why he's talking, which I won't go into. And it's a fun plot. It's kind of nice. It's nice. It's just like it is actually interesting. As someone who didn't play the game and probably will never play the game, I think it is very it's very good. Like if you've never seen Pokemon, you don't really need to worry about it much because it's not like it's not what people expected they would make a Pokemon thing into. Like it's not like it is a live action Pokemon, but it's not like the usual come from a small town, make your way to the Elite Four. Like it's nothing like any of that. It's very much this is a specific plot of trying to figure out what happened to the main characters, like Dad or whatever. Which is honestly kind of hilarious for Pokemon because usually in Pokemon the dad is just not there.
And now we're finding out why.
Yeah, now we're finding.
Yeah,
Now you know the reason why. We know where all of the dads went.
They're all Pokemon.
They're all Pikachus.
They're all Pikachu, yes. But no, I think it's I don't know. I think it's pretty damn good. It's entertaining. It has good stuff. The moment where Pokemon are actually fighting each other is good. The finale is pretty damn good. The
Some
twist,
of
the first time I
acting
saw
a
it was
bit...
yeah, some of the acting's a bit wooden, but I mean, I think the two main actors were technically still children at the time when they filmed it. Like they were almost 18, but not quite yet, or they were just barely 18. So they're like fresh-faced actors, which that's fair. Like, you know, I can't really hold newer actors to that. Like obviously, and the actors have been in other stuff now where they're much better. Like it was their first like big role, so I understand that.
I'll say this is probably my favorite Ryan Reynolds role of all time, and I love Deadpool.
I love Deadpool as well, but I think I like Deadpool more. But I think this is a close second to me. It's very good because Ryan Reynolds is not an annoying pain in the ass like he sometimes can be. Because they tone him down. Like obviously he's still like there doing his funny shtick, but they do tone him down from like being irritable, like in Green Lantern, because he's irritable in Green Lantern. Daniel, what do you think? What do you think? What is your opinion?
I honestly say that it's probably like after Avatar season 1, maybe even before that one.
I'd put it right above Avatar season 1.
Me too. Yeah, I think I put it.
I did say above is an option, so
yeah, I put it above Avatar. Put it right.
Definitely
below.
does not beat Castle in the Sky for me.
Yeah, no, I think Castle in the Sky is better, but I think it is very much a good time. If you have like, I think is it 2 hours? How long is Detective Pikachu? Is it a 2-hour movie?
It's an entire movie's length long.
How long is Detective Pikachu? It is a no. I want the runtime. It's 104 minutes, so it's barely an hour and a half. Chat. It's not that long. If you have like an hour and a half to kill, you'll have a good time with it, especially if you like Pokemon stuff. But even if you don't like Pokemon, you can still have a good time. But yeah, no, it's pretty damn good. Up next is the original Digimon anime from the 90s.
Oh boy, I think we
hated
shove
it.
this into not preferable.
Yeah, I don't even need to
like,
talk about it. Yeah, it's so.
Yeah,
none of us.
Screw nostalgia.
I don't have any nostalgia for Digimon.
Okay, so I have nostalgia, and I am shoving it firmly out the door into the street, letting it roll into the gutter because I can't.
It's so bad.
It's got so many issues, and
yeah, like they literally stop for a minute to basically show you a 3D model of the thing to tell you, go buy this shit, go buy it. It's cool, right? Go buy it. Like it literally pauses for minutes at a time to tell you about this one individual Digimon, even if they are not relevant. To be like, look at this cool thing that we made. You should go to Toys R Us and buy it because it was the 90s. You could go to Toys R Us. Like, it's so like, blech. Like I stopped watching it after a few episodes because I got sick and tired of the damn thing. Was I the only one who dropped it, or did we all collectively drop it?
Greg and I dropped it after like.
I think I dropped it after the first
12
week.
episodes because we were just like, nothing has really changed. All we did was just get more Digimon evolutions, and then nothing really panned out with that. And then they were just padding out the progression of like the whole adventure.
It's so like the pacing is
so. They don't know
so
how to handle this many characters.
Yeah, like the writers clearly were just like hired to be like make a show for the children. Like it's very much for 6-year-olds. It like in a way that even some shows that I watched as a kid aren't even like Like it's very much for like 4 to like 8-year-olds who think, yeah, monsters are cool. Fuck yeah, this is cool.
I remember finding deep
Ugh.
meaning in this show as a kid, but I think that was my brain filling things in.
Yeah, it's the show. Honestly, is such a like nothing burger. Like if you watched it and have nostalgia for it, go back and watch it. You will not have nostalgia for it anymore. You'll be like, yeah, that was, or at least you won't respect it in the way that you did before. Because you watch it and go,
threat. You
fuck,
will
I
not
watched
like
that.
this.
I watched that shit. I should not have watched that. Like, you know, obviously if it's a small child in the 90s, it's really cool because it competed with Pokemon. Because Digimon is kind of a knockoff, in my opinion. And it can't topple Pokemon. Nothing really can. Except
I'm not
itself.
gonna have the argument.
Like
but-
it's just such a like it's such a nothing show. Like the characters are not interesting, the actors are doing fine or whatever. Like it really doesn't matter who's filling these roles. It's just like a whatever. Like it's so poorly constructed.
Why were we here?
Now I
Just to
gotta watch all
suffer?
the other Digimon media and destroy my nostalgia for that too.
Yeah. So like if you liked the show as a kid, don't watch it. It does not age well. It is aged poorly.
Just hang on to your precious memories, unless, like me, you like to tear apart things you love.
Yeah, don't
In which
watch the
case,
show.
also
for
probably
nostalgia.
go see a therapist. But
I recommend therapy anyway, honestly, after watching this. But like so
I recommend therapy for all the characters, the writers, the animators, and of course the viewers.
yeah, at least the animation is nice because it has that old like hand drawn
Use
stuff. It looks alright. Mostly. Sometimes it looks horrible, but most of the time it looks alright.
Which, by the way, bear in mind for the next
It's the late
thing.
90s. Yeah, so Digimon, what is the actual name of the show that we're
It's
what is
like
it?
try or it's colon. It's like Digimon Adventure Try or Digimon Adventure colon. So I just say just call it
Digimon
try.
Adventure Colonoscopy.
Just call it try.
I think it's Try. Yeah, it's Digimon Try, so that's the
Digimon
movie.
Try harder, please.
That's the movie, I think. But like, you know, the
Whatever.
yeah, it's I think like the so this is like a rebooted show they put out like almost a decade ago. And unlike the original anime, it's actually pretty damn good. Obviously, it's still
starts
designed for
strong.
children, but it starts really strong, but then it kind of devolves a little bit. Like sometimes it does something you're like, okay, they were told to probably tone it back. And also like the problem is in the first few episodes, they definitely had a budget. And the later episodes, they did not have as much of a budget.
Also,
Like that's a consistent issue.
I'm wondering about your sense of time because you said almost a decade ago.
Is this the 2021 or? Because I googled and am I looking at the wrong one on Google?
I think
Might be
so,
look-
yes.
Yeah, so I may be looking at the wrong one, chat. So my bad if I'm looking at the wrong one in Google. But like, no, the show it's a relatively recent, made in the last like 5-10 years. Like, I think it's actually like the opening is incredibly strong because instead of like doing a whole thing where it pauses and explains something for 10 minutes, it's just like here's the issue for a minute and it's like all right, well let's go like solve it. I guess like it actually is like pretty consistently all right. It's not amazing by any means, but I think especially that it's all right. It's pretty good. It is not the most amazing thing, but it's a pretty good like redo. As a
They still
redo,
haven't
it's
figured
excellent.
out how to handle the characters
No.
quite. They
But at least it's drip feeds you the characters a little
Yes.
bit more, so you get used to how they are.
Yeah, instead of
And
dumping all 6
then-
of them on you at once, it's like it spends some time with each individual one, gives you a bit of their backstory, tells you why they're so worried about the real world, like
And
all
then
that
they
jazz.
go into the constant evolution
Yeah.
fiasco.
Yeah,
and
Oh.
it's not a full on I'm stuck in an isekai situation thing.
yes,
There's back and forth.
yeah, they actually do back and
Well,
forth.
there was
between the
back and
forms.
forth.
There was,
Yeah,
yes.
there was. Like, and then the issue I have though sometimes is like when the Digimon do evolve like from form to form, like holy shit, that animation does not need to be that long every time. You could just like I get it's there
They
because
did
it
it
looks
well
cool.
in the first
But
bit,
like,
where
I
they,
don't
like,
need to see it evolve 800 fucking times in an episode. Like, I
Clearly
don't
they
need to see that
disagree.
every time. I am okay.
It was fine the
if
first
it-
time. They
yes.
they like did a fast cut to the higher form. You could have done that.
Yeah, just like you don't need to do that whole animation of zoom out, blow it. Like, you don't need to do all that nonsense. Just do a like hard cut of like a they start glowing, and then you cut to the monster. There's a bit of wind, and then just the big thing is there. You don't need the whole evolution every time. Obviously, for the first time, do that full evolution because it's cool that first time. But after that, it's like, I get it. I don't need to see the full evolution. You just have like the character glows, and then they grow, and that's it. And then they do like a roar or something. Like, that's all you need. You don't need the whole thing where it's like the zoom out, show the little Digimon being effectively eaten by the big like, you don't need to. I don't need to see that every fucking time. It's so annoying.
One
And
thing
just-
I will personally
fuck.
note as well is that the show firstly introduces like interplay between the digital world and the regular world, where
Yes.
like some of the characters are in the regular world versus the digital world,
But they can
And
still talk to
then,
each
like,
other.
and then they revert back to the Digimon Adventure style, where it's like, oh yeah, but now everybody's trapped in the digital world, and it's just like, no, I wanted the people to not be in the digital world. That was actually pretty cool.
you
aside
had
from
it
the-
right the first time.
Yes, the
Well,
first.
Why
okay,
you bring
technically
them
second
back?
time.
Yeah, the opening of the show is good, and then it devolves, which is a problem.
Yeah.
Because I
And
like the
no-
opening of that show.
Here's another thing in line with de-evolution is, well, actually, no. I'm gonna go a different direction first, which is the animation. Well, I understand there were circumstances, but when, like, after several episodes, we hit a point where when they cut corners on animation, it wasn't the background stuff that was, not the focus of the scene. There were times when it was the foreground, the thing that you were supposed to be staring at in keyframes that wasn't doing its job. And
Fucking grass.
yeah, that grass scene
So
kind
for
of broke it
context,
for me.
for context, there's a scene in like episode 6, I think, where the group is traveling through some really tall grass, as
As you do.
kids are wont to do when they get attacked by Pokemon. But so at the end of the tall grass, the group of kids stick their heads out of the grass.
Yes.
There is no change to the grass to reflect this. Like,
The grass does not part, they just kind of no-clip through it.
Yes.
and
The
I know
show's
for a
budget
fact-
definitely goes downhill.
which is really weird because not only did the original show at least have that much effort for as little like animation it did, but I know for a fact other shows from the 90s did do that much animation. So
Yes.
like I know Pokemon, for example, has had Ash part tall grass to look through it.
Because Pokemon hang out in the tall grass.
There is a bare minimum of technical, like, just dynamics to an environment that's required or expected of an animation sequence.
Yeah, like,
And
obviously,
it did not meet that.
like, just, that's not hard to animate that. Like, parting grass is pretty simple to do.
And
Like-
if you don't want to do a full animation of it, I would have at least taken, like, it. Well, okay, I would still have hated it, but if they had just gone from unparted straight to parted with a head sticking out, that would have been better.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have been that much more effort than just phase through grass. But the problem I have with this isn't that they cut a corner in a way that's, groundbreaking levels of corner cutting. It's that this was the forefront of the scene. This was the thing that they were expecting you to be staring at.
Yes. Yeah,
And-
it's yeah, I don't know. Like, I have so many issues with the animation because it's really good in the beginning, and then it devolves. Like, I don't understand. Like, I get that maybe your first episode is a high budget to establish the show, but after that, each episode after your first big one should have a consistent level of animation.
And I know
Or
that
it
this,
doesn't have to be super uber high tech, but it just needs to have its standards.
And I know that this was at the beginning of COVID and they were just adjusting to the new situation, but a lot of concurrent shows did not dip nearly that low.
No, there were other shows that were animated or during COVID that look just fine. Like, I don't understand what happened. That, like, you can use COVID as an excuse. Like, for example, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Most of it was developed during COVID. That game shows that it was made during COVID, but eventually they figured out what they were doing and figured out how to actually release more content. Like, they figured it out. Like, yeah, that game isn't perfect. Yeah, that game has a lot of issues, but they figured out how to, like, actually make it, like, work, not have bugs. Like, they eventually fixed it. This show never fixed it.
They started recovering, but it was a slow and inconsistent recovery.
Yes.
And I'm willing to cut them some slack, but not that much slack.
No, like, you can't use it as an excuse every time the animation looks like shit. There comes a point where it's just merely the animator either didn't have enough time or just didn't give a shit. They're like, kids show, what do I care? I'm just getting paid while I'm working from home. Like, it's a consistent issue that would need to be addressed. Like, the studio needs to, there's a point where the studio needs to step in and go, what the fuck, man, this is not acceptable. Like, you need to go back and redo this.
Well, I mean, maybe it's the studio's fault because they're like, hey, let's cut some corners here so we can save money.
That is probably the main issue.
I will say, though, that from a storytelling standpoint, I'm willing to roll a little bit of my nostalgia back out of the gutter and into the house. Because this is taking characters that I cared about at some point and putting them in a situation where I can care about them again.
Yes.
Even if it's a different interpretation.
The story's at least better than it was in the original.
Yeah, it is much. It is better at least because it at least like does the
We at least were able to
total
get to the
ass.
end of the first arc without
yes,
quitting.
we got to the end of the first arc and we weren't really that pissed at mostly what was going on. Like, it was mostly acceptable. It was not the worst thing on the planet. The original I'm completely indifferent to, but this one I think is alright. I think this sits maybe
I'd put it
bottom.
right above Cuphead.
Yeah, I put it at Cuphead as well. It's
Yeah.
fine. I think it could have been great, but it has so many consistent issues that prevent it from being really good. It is a problem that show is not as good as it could be. But I mean, what are you gonna do? That's the way the ball bounces sometimes. Up next is Dinosaur Planet, the Discovery TV show from a long time ago that was Daniel's pick.
Oh boy, I wonder how many people have actually watched this. So, this is an old Discovery Channel documentary.
When the
It's
Discovery
4
Channel was actually
episodes.
educational.
Yeah, it's 4 episodes. If you've never heard of it, I don't blame you. It's not... Well, from what I recall, it's not really good, and even on Watch, it wasn't that good in my opinion, but it's a fun time at the very least, and it's
Yes.
not that long, so... It was like, what, 45 minutes an episode, I think?
I think so. It was
Feels
something like
about
that. It was
right.
like 40. It was less than an hour. It was 45 minutes because there were no ads.
Yeah, so, like, if you got, like, 3
day.
hours, it's not a bad thing.
No, it's fine. It's just it has some minor problems, but I think it is in general pretty alright. Like,
It
it's
is
not the
100%
worst.
paleontologically accurate, huh?
Oh, God,
Oh
don't.
god, no, it is not.
Don't.
Yeah, so chat, even for back then, Daniel, even back then, was it not even paleologically accurate back then?
Well, several of the things weren't paleontologically accurate, like locations and stuff, but
Yeah.
also the designs are just...
Oh man, they're bad.
That's the
Yeah, so-
thing, is that some of them aren't that bad, too. Like, I think Ionosaurus, Maiasaura, like, those ones aren't too bad.
What's the one that you
Eh.
really hate?
Oh, yeah, the Iguanodon. Oh,
The
God.
Iguanodon, yeah.
What the hell is that? That's not an Iguanodon, whatever the hell that one is.
It's
and
an
then,
abomination.
And then the
Yes.
Saltosaurs, I think they were accurate for the time, but they do not look appealing either.
No, it is early 2000s CG chat, so
it
it
didn't
is
age well.
inconsistent. No, it is
No.
aged pretty badly. Like, it was meant to watch on a 480p standard definition TV that was like a quarter of the size of a modern HD TV. Like, nowadays you can get a 4K TV for like $300. Back then, for $300, you'd get a TV that was like not great, and this is where you would watch it.
Yeah, like,
This is a thing that a kid would watch on the secondary TV in like a bedroom, on like a small like TV about the size of a modern iPad.
I watched this on a CRT.
That's exactly what I mean. You'd watch it on a CRT. You would not watch this on a flat screen HD TV or even a plasma. You would watch this on a tiny CRT.
Well, no, I mean, I watched this on a pretty big CRT, but still.
It's still CRT, so
Yeah.
it still looks like ass. But
That just meant you sat further away from the screen, so you
yeah,
could
and so
walk
it made
people on the
everything look
sofa.
less bad. Yeah, you didn't see the amount of pixels going into things.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you guys think of the show?
I think it's like solidly 3. Like it's fine, but it's not anything spectacular.
I'd put it above Cowbop, but below Alien Planet.
I don't know if I put it below Cowbop or above Cowbop. I don't know.
I mean, part of why I'm being so harsh on Cowbop, I think, is my shattered nostalgia.
Hmm.
Mm.
I think I'd put it above or below Cowboy Bebop because I think Cowboy Bebop at least has a. I don't know. Actually, this is hard. I think I'll just defer to you both and I'll put it above there, but I don't know. I would have to think about this sort of specifically.
No,
but I'll
just put it exactly the same place as Cowboy Bebop. It's the same show.
I would if I could. I'd put them right on top of each other if I could, but that breaks the thing. But yeah,
It breaks the immersion. No.
yeah.
Cowboy Planet.
Cowboy.
Dinosaur Bebop.
Up next is Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods.
Ooh.
man.
Greg.
This movie has so many issues, and it is quite boring at times, which is hilarious for a Dragon Ball movie.
Yeah, I
It's
want to
not very
say
good. One.
I loved this movie when it came out, mostly because I was
Doggo.
starved for. Oh, freaking. Yeah, that's.
No. The dog is vehemently denying the movie's existence too.
Yeah, the
Okay,
dog is
fair.
like, no, there's
So-
no movie.
So I was very starved for on-screen Dragon Ball content when this came out. So I was willing to take whatever I could get.
Like most
and-
people.
And this is what we got.
Yeah, I thought it was amazing because, compared to absolutely nothing at all, it is amazing.
Eh,
But, that's not a very high bar.
no.
Gee.
Should we put it? Yeah, I was so bored. I was just consistently going on my phone. I'm like, nothing's happening, but it's a Dragon Ball movie. Why am I watching this? Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
And keep in
this
mind,
is a
chat, we
certain-
watched this after we watched Broly.
Yeah, so we made the mistake of watching this after Broly. Oh man.
So sorry.
Yeah, it's such a. Do not watch Broly and this. Either watch this and watch Broly, or skip
Just
it and
watch
just watch
Broly.
Broly.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
watch
your better option.
Broly,
Just watch
honestly.
Broly instead. I
I've
think
nev-
this is a 1-star.
10 years ago, I
Yeah.
would never have said this, but watch Broly. Broly compelling character.
Yeah, he is. Yes.
Yeah, I honestly just say yes,
1 star.
let's just throw it at 1. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a very
I
good
can't
show,
even.
chat. It's not a very good movie. But Dragon Ball Broly,
Oh boy, now that one,
It's
that
so
one I could go
good.
to the 5 stars. Yeah.
it's
This
absolutely
one-
fantastic.
It
It's
has
so good.
character development, like characters that matter throughout the movie, even
the
if
action
they're like
animation is fantastic. It knew when to sprinkle comedy versus seriousness.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Super Broly. It came out. It's also only like an hour 40. It's really
good.
it's short, but it's
Like,
It's
fucking
short,
fantastic.
it's punchy.
I
and
remember when
pardon
we
the
were
pun.
watching it, I was surprised that it like an hour had passed before
Yeah, me too.
stuff started happening. Like that's how good the flow of it is. It's just like you didn't think so little was actually so little was actually happening because all of it was so important.
It's very compelling. It's very compelling storytelling. You get a feel of why Broly is the way he is. And then you don't even check in with like the regular Dragon Ball people on Earth for like a good chunk of the movie. It takes a while to get to Earth to deal with them.
And a whole
Like-
lot of the movie passes without any action, and you
Oh,
don't
yeah.
feel like you have a lack of action. Because
Yeah, there's whole scenes
it
with
sucks
characters
you
just
into these
chatting with each
characters.
other. Yeah, even the side characters are relatively interesting because they're like actually have an attachment to Broly where they're like, dude, are you okay? Are you good? What's going on with you? And like they chat with him.
And it ends up
they don't piss him
mattering.
off. Like they actually, yeah, like them being friends with him matters in the end. Like he's very much
And
like an
not-
actual character.
It's not like it's I don't know. It's not like they're rushing things, but anything that isn't important to the to the story and the character's development
They cut it.
is basically just hinted at, alluded to, but it's something that you can figure out off in the background while you're watching the
Yes.
actually important things on the screen. All
Yeah.
the way up until the action starts, and then, oh boy,
The
does
action
it
is
start.
so good.
The action
It's so
is like
consistently fantastic. I wish I could show a clip, but I would get absolutely copyright struck to hell by Ty.
Like, every clash, every sequence is a story in itself. You can go frame by frame to digest this.
Oh yeah.
And, like, you're getting basically casual lore drops in 2-frame sequences
Yeah.
regarding,
Yeah,
like, what a Super Saiyan is.
what it could be. Like
Yeah,
they
here's all the
drop
crazy,
a
wacky
lot of
shit.
stuff in there.
Yeah, it's really consistently good. It's really good. Do not watch this. Do not watch Battle of Gods. It's so bad. Watch Broly.
I love how we have 2
So good.
Dragon Ball movies bracketing everything else.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, like it's Broly's just such a tier above itself of all the other shit. Like I wish that, like if you guys have more Dragon Ball movies, I hope they're as good as Broly.
I've heard stuff about Superhero, and we're going to watch that. We'll see
okay.
how that goes.
But it's,
Yeah.
it's really hard. It's really hard to match
Beat-
up to Broly. And
Yeah,
that's
Broly's good.
something
Even if you're not a Dragon Ball guy, like my experience
This
with
was, like,
Dragon
the
Ball
first
previously. This is the first
anime
Dragon Ball thing
movie I
I've
think
watched.
we watched.
Yeah, something like that. Because you wanted to get us off because we know what Dragon Ball generally is. Because
Yeah,
of
they were
memes.
like, yeah, this is a
Yeah.
good idea.
Yeah, so the thing about Dragon Ball chat is I never watched it as a kid. I saw it, something, was like, this is stupid, and turned it off.
You
I
probably saw.
have made a mistake. No, I think
made a mistake.
I think the only thing I've seen was the guys screaming at each other to power up, and then I saw a thing where someone, I think, was it Kakarot, is like turned into the giant dumb monkey, and then he devolved back to a
that's
human,
what I
and then they
remember.
just took his tail off, and like I'm like, I don't know what any of this is. I'm going back to fuck SpongeBob. I don't know what the fuck I just watched.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So I turned it off. I'm like, nope. So yeah, I kind of missed out on Dragon Ball completely, chat, because I thought it was fucking stupid because I was 8.
Well, but also because a lot of it is stupid, and in a
Yeah.
lot of cases intentionally stupid, because Toriyama was trying to write dumb shit, and his editor basically just kept saying, no, people are here for the serious plot developments and for the cool action sequences and everything. He's
Yeah.
like, okay, fine, I'll take myself seriously for once in my life. Editor's like, no, not once in your life, keep doing it.
Yeah, that's my issue with like that. Is I kind of wish I could have watched Dragon Ball, but I gave up on it because I was like, I don't understand this. Why is this guy a giant monkey? But I mean, what are you gonna do? You know, I was like,
it also doesn't
6
help
to
that
8.
like it's very spread out too.
Yeah, I watched it like a rerun on like I think it was Cartoon Network or something. I'm like, is
New
this?
poor fool.
Yeah, go watch like Kai or something. It's a lot punchier.
You guys can make me watch that.
But also, this is a really funny place to be, because back in the day, Broly to me represented the worst of Dragon Ball movie writing.
Yeah, the
And now
original
we've-
Broly
yeah.
was a thing.
And Bio Broly was a thing.
Oh god, do we even acknowledge Bio Broly's existence?
Only to show how far we've come. And then we promptly forget.
Yeah. So yeah, this is an absolute 5-star chat from all of us. This is a 5 stars. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. Even if you're not into Dragon Ball, you're still going to be like, damn.
Even if you're not
And,
into
like-
anime, if you like action, watch it.
Yes,
And
it's
I've
very
gone,
good.
I've literally, since we watched it together, I've gone frame by frame through some of these clashes.
Jesus.
And I've gotten stuff out of it. And that is amazing to me.
That's good. Yeah. Up next is
Fate Zero.
Fate Zero, which
Oh boy.
is like the prequel to the main plot with
Entire
other
Fate
stuff.
franchise.
Yeah.
Though
So-
it also occurs later in
Fate
the
Zero.
watch history because it's kind of
Yes.
expects you to understand how fate works, which is
Yeah, so we watched Unlimited Blade Works first, I believe.
No, we watched
Yeah.
Zero first, then
I
Unlimited
tried to
Blade
do
Works, then
I tried to
Steel.
do in order, in chronological order, not in
Okay.
in broadcast order.
Yeah, so Fate Zero.
This was a mistake.
I think Fate Zero is all right. I don't remember much, honestly. That's the
It
problem. Is we
suffers.
watched
It
this like a
suffers
year
from
and a half
pacing
ago.
issues.
Yeah, the
It's
pacing issues are really bad.
Yeah,
It's
it's a lot
kind
of
of like
pacing.
Avatar season 3, honestly, where
Mm,
like the lows are super low, but the highs are really freaking good.
Yes, they are.
It takes the issues of Avatar season 3 and dials them up to 11.
yeah, that's it. That I
Is
feel
that a
that
good
sticks.
thing? Probably not.
No, but it is a thing.
But it's still something that I enjoyed, even on rewatch.
Yes,
It's
that's good.
when it hits, it really hits, and I like how basically how effectively it shows. Yeah, this whole situation is FUBAR. And how long it takes the characters to realize this despite everything. Because they have their own limited perspective, and to them, a lot of stuff is just business as usual, or, oh, we planned for this. When in actuality, we, the audience who can see multiple character perspectives, we see, like, oh yeah, here's a train wreck.
Yeah, you definitely planned for this, right?
Yeah, you guys are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You won't be fine, but you didn't hear that from me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a trip. I will say that like this is also the point where I believe that the Fate franchise was starting to get some higher quality animation, because I believe UBW the show hadn't come out yet, and we had just come off of Dean doing the work for Fate franchise. Am I correct, Greg?
I think so, yes.
And not to discredit Studio Dean or whatever, but some of the animation there is not that great. But we come to Fate Zero, and like everything fight-wise is visually like stunning. Like, there's not
Honestly,
a single fight there that's not impressive at the very least.
Honestly, I'm gonna say even some of the neutral scenes where characters are just talking. I mean, I know this is also because I'm still thinking about Arknights, but they handle like conversations, facial expressions, knowing which character's face to show or body part to show, like trembling hand or what have you.
Yeah.
You can tell that they were thinking about, how do we convey these emotions? How do we convey this interplay? Rather than, how do we minimize the number of frames we have to draw?
Yeah.
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 I'd say this one's like mid 4 after Detective Pikachu.
Yeah,
I do
That's
think
fair.
pacing issues drag it a lot, though.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say for this also, the music. The
Oh
music
yeah,
is
the,
so
the
good.
music. Yuki Kaijira has always done great work. Like, and Fate Zero is one of the epitomes of it.
like,
I won't say that it's the best. We'll probably get to that eventually, but it's good.
when these songs come on.
You know a Yuki Kaijira song when you hear it. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah. The soundtrack is something special.
It's
Yeah.
really good.
Like, whenever one of these comes up in my YouTube autoplay, no matter what I'm doing, I just stop and listen. Like, I can be in the middle of something important. It doesn't matter.
Hopefully, it's not while you're driving.
No, I don't listen to music while I'm driving. I need 100% concentration,
Okay,
especially around work. People are morons and insane, and I do not hesitate to admit I am one of those insane morons, but at least I'm aware of it.
Great. Anyway, UBW.
Yeah,
So-
UBW. So for UBW,
for-
I fucking love Ryder, or I love. Which one has
No,
the?
Ryder
which one has
was
the
Fate
Ryder?
Zero, best Ryder is Fate Zero Ryder.
That's Fate Zero Rider.
Yeah.
The Greek.
Iskander.
I love Iskander.
He's
fucking
iconic.
great. I love Iskander. He's fucking amazing. I just wanted to say that. I just couldn't remember his name, so I was trying to spend the last few minutes googling.
Yeah, Iskandar is
Iskandar is so
Fate
good.
Zero.
Fucking
We all
love
stand
Iskandar.
Iskandar.
Iskandar's the best. He's just
We
like,
Iskander,
I'm
Iskander.
fucking awesome.
I'm
that's it.
awesome and I'm proud. Now you all get to know that too.
Look at my fucked army. Look at this shit. It's cool, right?
He is the ultimate Fate Giga Chad. Like,
He is absolutely
like,
a Giga Chad.
There are others that try to be like him, but nobody comes close.
Absolutely. He is the ultimate Giga Chad. I fucking love Iskandar. He's just like, oh, the world. I will conquer the world because
he's
I
here to
feel like
have
it is
fun.
my job. He does
is
not give a
here-
shit. He's like,
He is here to live his undead life to the fullest,
yes.
and I'm down for that.
Absolutely, yeah. I wish he'd won.
Yeah.
Though, knowing Fate, they'll probably make a version of Fate where that happens. So, that's gonna happen eventually.
I mean, I could write that for you.
I want to animate. I want to see it animated, though, Greg. That's the issue.
I
So
can
I need-
animate it for you. It's just gonna be a really shitty animation.
Stickman animation.
Let's
No,
get
I
Dan-
mean, I can.
You
I
can just pay
do-
Danny.
I can do cell animation. It's just it takes me an unreasonably long time because I'm one dude and I am way more hyper focused on the backgrounds than the characters sometimes.
Right.
Gotta make Danny
so-
make it.
So,
But no, yeah,
Unlimited
Chad.
Blade works.
Unlimited Blade works.
Um,
So
This
yeah,
one I think is weaker than Fate Zero, but
Yes.
not surprisingly not as much. Well, I mean, I guess it's a fair bit weaker. Like, I think there's less emotional beats than Fate Zero, but
Yes.
from the perspective of a Fate fan who likes lore for Shiro, I think it's pretty good for
Yes.
that. I will note though that the show jump cuts a lot.
Yes, it does.
And I mean
Boy,
like
howdy.
a lot. And
It's immersion breaking sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so if you don't like shows that do that, I would probably say don't watch UEW.
Or
It also
find-
has the same
find
pacing problems.
Find one of those YouTube remixes where they actually stitch the scenes together sensibly.
Oh,
yeah.
Because I know those exist.
Yeah, YouTube.
Yeah,
Sometimes YouTubers are better at putting together shows by editing than anyone else is. Because sometimes it jumps hard, that show. Like, and the
Yeah,
cut
I
is
would
like
also-
weird. Like, there's like something emotional beat, and it cuts to some other thing. You're like, I don't give a shit. Go back.
Like,
Go back, I was watching
invested,
that.
take me back.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. I also note that it has the same pacing issue as Zero, where a lot of the stuff gets backloaded onto the second season, which
No, it
Yep.
wasn't as bad as Zero for the pacing.
No, it's not as bad.
and debatably so.
Yeah,
I,
I think it
maintain
is
that
good,
it
though.
was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna defend it by any stretch, but I'm gonna say it was noticeably better than Zero in
Yeah.
terms of just how it handled its time.
Yeah. I think it's
Uh,
pretty good, but it has some pacing issues. As Fate
I'd say
honestly
it's
does.
after Avatar or Avatar S3.
Yeah, it's above Alien Planet. Yeah, it's pretty good, but it has consistent issues with like pacing and sometimes character motivation, things like that. And then to get to the real like thing that I feel has the most issues, Heaven's Feel. Heaven's Feel, boy, Fate is the fucked up universe.
I
My
have
God.
mixed feelings on Heaven's Feel because
Heaven's
Heaven's Feel is
Feel
my
is so-
favorite route,
Really?
but
It's not my favorite route.
well, okay, it's my favorite route for how immensely screwed up it is, which you know.
Okay, that's fair.
Chat, if you're not aware, I have a soft spot for media in which everything is simply awful. It says a lot about me as a human being, but also
Yeah, no, it's yeah, the show, I think it's neat, but it's just such a consistent, it has consistent issues and it's incredibly fucked. Like in general.
Everything's hell. Why are we
Everything
here
is
just to
just-
suffer?
Yeah, pretty much. It's the epitome of that. It's everything in the show is just like, damn, really, you're going there?
It
All right,
does-
I guess you're going there. It's insane.
the way the story is told really breaks your awfulness scaling,
Yeah.
which is something. Awfulness scaling is something that I think about more than anybody really should. It's probably not healthy, but it makes it very difficult to build a sense of perspective of how bad a certain thing is, and I think that's partly intentional because it's showing us how two of our very central characters, Shiro and Sakura, are kind of fucked in the head.
Yeah.
But it's also a matter of the storytelling, And I think we as the audience have too much of a burden placed on us of putting things in order, figuring out the kind of moral situation of everything.
Right.
And I don't mind stuff that makes you think about relative morality. In fact, I generally like it, but in this case, it didn't feel like it was intentional. It didn't feel like it was a measured decision. It felt kind of like a side effect of the characters we were using as our primary lens.
Right.
So it just happened to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah.
They stumbled into something that I usually like, but because of how drunkenly they were stumbling, I couldn't really digest it.
Hmm.
You know, it's got yeah, it definitely has consistent issues, but it is fucked. But like, yeah, no, the show is very much a
With that said, Darksaber was amazing.
yeah.
Oh,
that
also
stuff's
the
cool.
animation, like it's good. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like they relied too much on like flash cutting for
Oh, yeah.
animation in this one.
Yeah, they do.
Like, everything
Objectively,
is
it was
just-
not smooth.
Yeah. I think it's fine. It's just like got so many
Like, we had epic stills, and they just needed to bridge between those, and they
They
kind of
didn't.
didn't.
yeah. I don't know. I think. What do you guys want to give it as a rating? You want to put it with below the other Fate?
It's
I would honestly say bottom or
definitely-
like above Bebop, maybe.
Yeah, I'd definitely say it's below Alien Planet, but
Is it
I
better
might
than
put
Dinosaur?
it over Dinosaur Planet.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair spot for it. I think it's all right. It's pretty good, but it does have some consistent issues. I think. Yeah. Of the Fate, we pretty much all are agreeing that we like Zero the best.
Yeah.
I
Zero-
sure do.
I mean, Zero is like pretty much the best of all.
Fair. I'm excited
I
to
think
see
it
what they do with
has the
Genshin
best
Impact.
characters, though.
Make it, you bastards.
They
Make
say
the
it is.
anime.
Zero.
No,
Genshin Impact Zero, let's go.
if you want Genshin Impact for Fate Zero, honestly, a lot of those actors are probably like it won't be hard to just take their voices and just use AI to just generate.
Give Iskandar a vision, please.
I'm assuming Iskander. What would he be? Geo probably.
I'm thinking Pyro, but
I think he'd be Pyro. I think
actually,
he'd be
here-
Geo.
no, ironically enough, I think he'd be a Nemo.
Wind?
Man is just free will personified, despite the fact that he's,
Yeah, that's
a dude
fair.
That-
That's
that-
fair. I feel like he
And the lungs on that man.
yeah, he'd be able to do. He's the Anemo Archon himself with the amount of wind that comes out of his fucking mouth. That man is insane. I love Iskandar. One of my favorite characters from anything. He's so good. Fucking love Iskandar. He's such a good, fun character. But moving on from that is Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. Based
Oh
off the
god,
video
if
game.
you okay, so warning, if you have like nausea from fast moving things or
Don't watch it. You'll get
epilepsy,
motion.
don't
If you
watch
get motion sick or you have suffer from epilepsy, avoid. Do not watch it if you suffer from epilepsy.
Yeah,
It has some
like-
consistent issues that cause that. Like sometimes stuff moves around so fast that like even like I don't suffer from that, but I was like, oh, I can't look at the screen now. I need to take a minute and like look away from the screen. It's consistently
Yeah.
problematic. Like it's cool, but like I got a fucking headache, and like I usually don't get headaches from stuff. Last time I got a headache from watching something like that was consistently like that. I think was Gravity.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad, yeah. Like it's very much a stylistic choice, but I'm assuming even some of the animators would be like, dude, I need a minute.
Yeah, I think like this was an older movie. Like I think
Excuse me.
the remix was somewhere before 2010. So like they were trying out things, and like I applaud them for that. But also, your things that you were
It's
trying out
2005.
should not be causing people to vomit.
I'm going to
No.
say that they really should have had people watch this. I mean, I'm sure they had people watch the scenes through and tell them what they thought, but I think they skipped the step of, but how does this make you feel physiologically?
Yeah.
How does this make you feel?
Do you feel like you're about to vomit? Yes? Oh shit.
How does this make you feel? I no longer have feeling.
Speaking of Advent Children, I just googled to find the release date. So it's from 2005 in Japan, 2006 in the US and the UK. That is coming back to theaters again, January 19th to February 1st, 2024 in Japan, and February 21st, 2024 in America.
Yeah, it's something about the theatrical.
It's because of the. It's probably because the new
Rebirth.
game is. Yeah, it's because of Rebirth. It's because of Rebirth, which is hilarious because if someone hasn't played the original Final Fantasy VII,
Well, have fun, guys!
I can go to Rebirth Island, Greg. I can go to that in real life. That's not far to get to Rebirth Island. But
Final Fantasy Rebirth Island children.
Final Fantasy and Rebirth Island, that would be hilarious. God. But
I mean,
no,
I'm
like,
pretty sure there is one scene that's basically like that. But anyway, yes, have
With
fun,
resurgence?
new Final Fantasy fans. Hope you don't.
yeah, so here's the problem: is if you have only played the remake and you're only playing to play the new one, you have not seen the full story. So you haven't seen the whole thing that causes the second half of 7.
You
Like, you don't know
haven't-
that, even though it's probably been spoiled for you on the internet by memes.
You haven't seen
for 30
anybody being
years.
scattered into the coral flow. I mean, what?
Greg,
You're just
you are
never
annoying.
letting that go, are you?
Greg, I need to ban you from talking about Armored Core. But
You'll
so here's
get
the
banned.
issue. So speaking related to Advent Children, if you haven't played Final Fantasy VII or you don't know the general plot, you have
It's
no clue
really
what the
bad.
fuck is going on. It is
Yeah,
an
like
issue.
it's really bad for.
It
people
expects
that
you to have
never-
played the video game in the
Yeah.
90s. Obviously, it is easy to play now because you can just download that to an emulator on your iPhone, or you
But
can just
back
buy
in
it
the
for
day-
$7.
Oh.
No, back in the day, you needed a PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2, and you needed to own the game and a save card. Like, you could easily play it now, but like that is a problem of it. Like, you need to be able to like have played the game, or just in general know how the story goes. I know how it goes because I've been on the internet for 15 years. But if
even now
even if
with
then-
cultural osmosis and everything and easy accessibility, that's still not a great sign.
no, like you definitely need to have played the game, and I recommend having played the game before you watch this, because that way you actually understand the full story beyond either memes or just in generalizations. Like, you really should play the game. But
This is
so-
not, in fact, an ad to play Final Fantasy.
no,
VII,
this is not
but-
sponsored. We are not sponsored by Square. I will take Square's money, but I'm currently not taking any of their money.
Knowingly.
Look, Greg, I'm not getting their money. I
They
actually
throw
think
a penny at you.
have I ever taken Square's money? I don't know if I've ever taken. Well, I guess I'm technically.
Well-
I guess I technically will be taking some of their money because I'm going to buy the new Thousand Year Door, or the. I think I did buy Mario RPG, so I technically have given them money.
Regardless, though.
But yeah, so Advent
I
Children,
don't
what would you
know-
guys give it?
Well, so I think that it's really cool. It kind of has the problem of making Cloud super edgy, and I mean,
Yes.
understandably so, because the man's not in a good place in the movie.
But it feels weird.
No.
Well, and the problem is that everybody else saw Advent Children is like, yeah, this is how Cloud's normally like, right? So then we just ended up with the situation of, yeah, Cloud's just edgy now,
Yeah.
which is not the case. Like, Cloud actually just has a good sense of humor. It doesn't come up much outside of the games, and nobody played the games or whatever at the time, so it's just like, eh.
Yeah, I really
But,
don't know.
I'd say it's like probably low 3, high 2.
Let's put
Honestly,
it above Castlevania.
Yeah,
okay.
fair enough.
Yeah. Up next.
Like-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's a fun watch, but God, is it hard to watch?
Yeah, it is hard to
No,
watch at times.
I will say though, if you really just
Music's
don't want
great.
to watch the movie, just watch the Cloud versus Sephiroth.
Oh yeah, just watch. Yeah, just
That's
watch
the
that.
important part.
Watch the Cloud vs Sephiroth fight on YouTube, or watch them do it in the Sephiroth reveal trailer for Smash Ultimate. That gives
Actually,
you basically
you know
the
what?
same
That's probably a
thing. Just
better
watch that. Just watch the Smash
Yeah,
Ultimate
that's-
Sephiroth reveal.
That's
Pretty much
honestly-
Advent Children,
Yeah.
and it's more consistent and won't give you a headache.
Yeah.
Just watch that. You'll get most of the fight through that. Just watch the Sephiroth reveal again. which it's not like, you know, millions of people haven't already seen that. Like, how many people have seen that damn reveal?
Too many.
Literally just
I want
us.
to point out that
Everyone
we're
else
not
is
even like
lying.
halfway done with this
Oh, yeah.
list, and we're
Yeah, 3 million
hours
people
in.
officially have seen it on Nintendo's channel, plus some 3.5 million on other channels. So yeah, that's fun. Up next is Finding Dory, the Pixar movie from I think 2016. So I
It
saw
was
this.
very
I've seen the
much
original when it came
fine.
out. I saw Finding Dory when it came out. I think the movie is fine.
Yes, it is very much fine, but I would
There's nothing
not say
special.
that it's. Yeah, it's not
I-
particularly.
I
great.
did happen to miss this watch along. I've seen
Ah.
the movie, but well, this is a good time for me to go grab food before I pass out. So
Yes, go grab
back-
food while we talk about Finding Dory. I
Yeah,
guess.
so I would say that it was okay. It's certainly not better than the original Finding Nemo.
No, the original Finding Nemo is a classic.
Like, it feels like it just rehashes Finding Nemo's.
Yeah, even Marlin himself says, "No, we've had our ocean travels. We did it." It's like, yeah, like why is this being made? Oh, because it made a lot of money.
It also
because people are
feels
nostalgic
like they
for it.
like regressed heavily on everything that happened in Finding Nemo. So like
Yeah,
Marvin
Marlin-
doesn't care
Marlin's an
about
asshole
Dory, who
again.
saved his fucking child with them.
yeah.
Or like Nemo and Marvin's relationship seems to have deteriorated again.
It's Marlin.
Whatever.
Marvin is Marvin the Martian. That's a different thing.
It's
From
close
Bugs
enough.
Bunny.
But yeah, like there's a lot of weird parts for that. in my
Yeah.
opinion.
The actors are all doing a good job, but like, does the movie really need to be made? No. But was it successful for Disney? Yeah, absolutely. It was successful. Finding Dory's box office was like, it was insane. Like, it made a lot of money because a lot of kids saw it, and then it made over $1 billion in box office profit. Like, it is like part of the peak Disney mid 2000s gold mine of just, hey, legacy sequel, or hey, this franchise is coming back. It's very much part of that whole mid 2000s of we're gonna do a sequel even though we don't really need to ethos at Disney. Like, it is consistently, it's part of that whole era of everything Disney makes gets over $1 billion, even if it's not particularly excellent, because people wanted to see it. I mean, I saw it and I liked it when I saw Finding Dory in the theater.
But did we
But-
need to see it this many times?
No, I think Finding Dory is fine. If you have kids, they'll like it, but it's much less of a like interesting movie compared to the original. Because the original, they really delve into the whole ocean travel, look at all these like crazy places and all these different creatures. But like in the new one, they're just dicking around through Monterey Bay Aquarium. Like, it's like fine.
But also
like,
not dicking around through Monterey Bay Aquarium very fast. I
No, it's like the original really thrives on the journey, but this one's really more about just Dory keeps wandering off. Motherfucking hell.
Dory, stop moving!
Like, I don't understand. Like, the movie honestly did not need to exist. Like, you didn't really need to make it, but I guess Disney doesn't care because they made $1 billion, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I don't feel to
I
make
don't-
a sequel again, though. I mean, like, what can you really do? Marlin doesn't want to leave the reef anyway, so, like, you can't really do anything with that. Like, it's a franchise that really only needed one and a done. And it was that for a decade, and then they're like, more! And it's like, oh, shit. Like,
No,
it really proves how
not
much...
more!
It really proves how much
Stop!
Pixar has devolved in the years since, like, Up. Like, sometimes they have stuff that's pretty good, like Coco, and then they sometimes also just devolve. But I mean...
So have we found Dory yet?
Yeah, so
yeah.
Dory's finding a spot, like, probably below Castlevania. for me.
Yeah. Yeah, same here. It's going here, Greg.
Fair enough.
Its animation is fine, but like,
It looks good, but like in the story in
like-
general, it doesn't need to exist. It's a movie that
Yeah.
doesn't need to exist. But it exists because it made Disney a fuckload of money.
Technically, no movie needs to exist.
Food Wars. Oh god.
Food Wars. I quit after the first episode because I have fucking standards.
I'm honestly in it for the food,
Yeah.
but I could also just go and watch a cooking show.
Yeah, I can just watch Gordon
Yeah.
Ramsay scream at people. That's more entertaining and less egregious because it's just Gordon Ramsay screaming at people.
With that said, Soma's Kitchen Abominations did give me ideas, so I will
God.
credit the show for that.
That's not exactly something we give credit to the show for. Though. That's just your own stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know, I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, I don't know. To quote like I don't know. It's just such a like issue I have. I have so many issues. I quit after the first episode because I'm like, I hate this.
The food gratiation, whatever you want to call it, like it's too much for like. All we wanted was a show about cooking, or like just a show related to cooking. I guess we didn't need people's clothes being blown off because of the food or whatever. Like it's overly done for that. And I think like whilst the show itself isn't bad in the first season, it also starts getting way too complicated for the amount. Like there's way too much politics involved with this food existence than there needs to be, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Their educational system is kind of.
Is it bad? Yeah, no, chat. I legit quit after the first episode, chat. I couldn't handle it. I was like, I don't like this.
Their entire educational system is based around your ability to cook.
I mean,
not even like their education, their societal structure is based around your ability to cook good.
So it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
And this entire school is trial by fire if you're not good enough, bye-bye. They have such high expulsion rates.
Yeah, my feelings on the show are this, chat. These are my feelings on the show right here, this video.
Professionals have standards. Be polite.
Like very much the like sniper professionals have standards. Like that's my feelings on the show. Is I'm just like nope,
that's a no. I thought it would be cool because I'm like, oh, need a cooking show. The food will look really nice, and then I saw someone's just all their clothes fly off because something tasted really good. I'm like, fuck this.
Honestly, I wanted to like the show, but that was the food stripping is entirely gratuitous.
Yeah, also, aren't they teenagers? Like, what the fuck?
No, I mean most of the adults are the ones getting stripped, but well, actually no. I guess that doesn't apply. They do start getting some of the other students eventually.
Yeah, this is a show that is honestly embarrassing for anime people. That makes anime embarrassing to watch. I know there's worse shit, but this does not help at all with making anime embarrassing.
Yeah, the fact that this is so well known, especially.
Yes, like this show does not give credibility to anime.
There's a definite problem of anime being like overly done for like what would you call it, perverted aspects, and this is definitely not helping the case.
Yeah, it's such an issue. So I personally would give this 0 stars because I fucking hated it. But like, what do you guys think?
I'd be inclined to give it 1 star, honestly.
I'd say bottom of 1 star.
Yeah,
like
right under Battle of Gods.
Which says a lot about the show that like we hated Battle of Gods, but it's just like
Battle of Gods at least is respectable.
Yes.
It's like, hey, they're gonna just they're just gonna beat the shit out of each other, but it's a bad plot. But who cares?
We don't
have any idea what we're doing, but at least you're not gonna see half-naked women just screaming because the food tasted really good for some reason.
And honestly,
if we're gonna have half-naked women screaming, it's because they're powering.
It's because they're powering up to fight people.
It's a freaking shame.
Like WWE.
Because I honestly liked Soma as a character.
Soma's great. Literally everybody else is cardboard, though.
Yeah.
Fuck this show. I personally would give it 0, but these guys can give it 1. Like,
well, I mean, ours is like a 0.5.
I'm just gonna put it in 0.
Fine.
Because I'm just gonna round down for that.
Fair enough.
Because it's ass.
Yeah, the average of 0.5, 0.5, and 0.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because if you multiply those together, that's 0.25, and that's closer to 0. So it's ass.
That's.
Am I not wrong, Greg? 0.5 times 0.5. It is 0.25.
But that's not how you make. That's not how you make an average. It's 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0 divided by 3 is 1/3. So you still round down to 0.
Then I'm still down to 0.
The work you showed is wrong. So if
I isn't good at math, I'm not good at math.
You're
I'm not good at English either. This is the Twitch streamer. I'm not good at English.
Your score also rounds down to 0.
It's still ass. It's a shit show.
Yeah.
Like, this show is embarrassing.
Right.
Up next is Ghost in the Shell, the anime movie.
Oh
specifically.
boy.
I have issues with this.
We have the same issues with this as we did with Food Wars. Mainly, why are there so many naked women?
Yeah.
And this is especially worse.
These really
for
feel like
Ghost
they're
in the
written by
Shell.
horny men.
Yeah, like Ghost in the Shell.
Actually,
I
speaking of, where's Evangelion?
That's
Well,
down
we'll
here
get to
further. We're
that.
getting over there later. That's down
But-
here, Greg.
But yeah, like when I recommended Ghost in the Shell, I had heard so many good things about like how like what's the word? Like influential Ghost in the Shell is to like media as a whole even. Like
Yes.
everybody knows Ghost in the Shell for like all of its innovation and whatever. And when we watched it, all I could see was just naked women.
Yep.
Like the main character is way more nude than she needs to be for far more of the movie than she needs.
Yeah, like even in scenes where like there's not on a mission, they don't need to do this. Like they just show tits. Why?
Yeah,
Like if you want to show them getting dressed, just show their back, and only their top of their back, and they're putting on like a top or something. Like you don't need to show their fuck tits. I'm a man. I enjoy looking at tits. I don't need to fuck to see them naked all the time in a show. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I heard you say that you don't need to fuck to see them naked.
I mean, you don't. You don't. You can just Google that. You don't need to be actively fucking a woman to see
Yes,
tits.
But like, I'm decently confident also that I heard you incorrectly. Because this
yeah.
seems like
Yes.
an incredibly obvious statement.
Yes, Greg, you did hear me incorrectly. But back to the
Good.
point. Ghost in the Shell is such a like, I don't know, man. Like Matrix does it better.
Well,
Ghost in the
agree
Shell
to
is such a
disagree, but also
Ghost in the Shell is such a like letdown for me because I'm like, oh, I've heard it's really cool, and I'm like,
yeah.
okay, I guess it's neat, but like, it feels like it was just the sci-fi element is there as an excuse for the perverted bastard who made it.
See, here's the
Yeah.
thing. This is a recurring theme. with
Thanks,
me.
Japan.
I've watched Ghost in the Shell, and I liked it, but also I think I managed to repress all the horny bits.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like that explains a lot of our watch-alongs. Honestly, just we thought it was good, and then we forgot that there's horny bastards.
Yeah, it's such an issue. Where do you want to put this? You want to put this in the 2-star?
Or
the 3-star?
It was at least.
Do you want to
I
put
would
it
say
like
it's
maybe
like
just below
above Battle
Cowboy?
of Gods, honestly.
Okay.
It's
Like it was okay at least, but
Yeah, I'll put it at 1. It's neat, but like it's just not very good. I don't know. It's just bleh. Up next is Gundam Build Fighters. I
See, now-
enjoyed this
yeah,
because it
this
was
one's-
goofy and fun. Because it's supposed to
Yeah.
be goofy and fun.
It's goofy, fun, and that's about all you really
they
need.
knew.
Yeah.
They knew.
They knew what
exactly
they were
They
doing.
were shooting for.
Yeah, they're like, hey, we're gonna make a dumb, goofy, fun show that people will like, and it's a dumb, fun, goofy show that I like.
And we actually do have some interpersonal drama and stuff, but
Yeah.
you know that like we still have a clear vision of the tone of the show.
Also, the sense of scale in the Gundams is actually fucking great. Like, yeah, they could have treated it like it's a joke, but like, it's meant to be like, look at this actually like ridiculously tough battle. Like, obviously, they're probably gonna get through it, but like, it's really cool. Plus, the fact that like the toys that they effectively use for the Gundam when they go into the full CG battle thing,
Yeah,
like they actually do get like damage. Like, there's actually consequences to getting injured instead of just, oh, it's the virtual thing, and maybe that weapon didn't work. You got to redo it. No, you have to fully reconstruct your whole thing. Like, you
This
actually need to
is,
give a fuck.
This is a really good example of what like Toys to Life style
Yes.
shows can be.
Yeah, this show feels like it was made during the Toys to Life craze of Amiibo and Disney Infinity and Skylanders, but like in an actually good way.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, look at this, but it's actually like really cool. Like, imagine if we'd had that shit like when we were in high school. That'd been so fucking sick.
Mm-hmm.
But like, as a show, I think it's really fun.
Yeah.
It's just
not
a fun
like
show.
Anything, yeah, it's not anything like super spectacular, mind, but
No,
it's
It
it's a
doesn't need to be.
fun watch. That's all we needed. So I would say like top of 3 stars, bottom of 4, honestly.
Yeah, I'll put it right below Coco. It's pretty good. It's fun. If you want a fun, goofy show that like has some meaning to it, but you don't really need to give that much attention to it, it is really like just fun. It's just a fun show.
Most of the time, I was expecting to find out that Say's dad was dead or something,
Yeah, me too.
but that might have been a little too serious.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think it was at least like fun and interesting.
Yeah.
Like, I really have no issues with it. It's just a fun thing.
Mm. And it does have like some not only thought-provoking moments, but also like some really nice fights too.
Mm. Yeah, I think it's just a fun show. I have no real big issues with it.
Oh, good battle themes too.
Oh yeah, the music in
Yeah.
it is excellent too. Music's fun. Up next is Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah, I'm personally fond of this one.
Yeah.
It definitely was not as coherent and to the. This is another recurring theme. It wasn't as coherent and to the point as I remember it being. It, like a castle, wandered around a bit.
Yeah.
But I still do enjoy the character interplay. I still kind of like and kind of hate how incompletely things are explained.
Yeah.
And I still think the book did it better.
Ghibli has such an issue with like this could be interesting, but it's just they focus on the wrong aspects of it. That's my problem with it. Is it consistently focuses on the wrong aspects of stuff.
Mm.
Like it's like look at this world, it's really cool, but then they like don't delve into.
Look
the
at
right
this world,
thing.
it's cool. Are we gonna talk about it?
No.
Nope.
With that said, I do think Calphalon or whatever his name was, it was great.
Yeah, the fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, the fire is great.
Calcifer.
Also, isn't that Danny DeVito was the fire?
I think so.
Was it Danny
Sounded
DeVito?
like him.
Was it DeVito? I forget if it was Danny DeVito. Let me look at the English voice cast of Howl's Moving Castle while you guys talk about it.
Well, anyway.
Like, what do you have more to say
continue-
about Howl's Moving Castle?
I don't have anything more to say. I'd say
No,
it's,
Billy Crystal.
Oh, it's Billy Crystal. Oh yeah, well Billy Crystal's good too. I like Billy Crystal.
I'd say it's like mid between Heaven's Feel and Alien Planet, honestly.
Okay, so it's like here.
Something like that.
I feel that's fair. Yeah, it's all right. It's definitely got more plot to it than some of the other Ghibli stuff. So it's all right. If you want to watch a just a decent movie, it's good. It's not as good as Castle in the Sky, but it's pretty good.
It's nowhere near as good as Castle in the Sky. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
Castle in the Sky is fantastic. I want to eat your pancreas is up next.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
That one was an unexpected sleeper.
Yeah.
Like, we weren't expecting this movie to be very good. Like, I had just found it randomly one day.
I
Fine.
think my boss recommended that I actually watch this, ironically enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, like, none of us had really heard about it. Even me, who was the one who recommended it.
I basically
then-
only knew it because it had
Funny
the,
title.
The LM. The
Yeah. Greg had watched the light, or not,
Read the-
or read the
I'd s-
light novel.
yeah.
I had only heard of it because of the name, and then we watched it, and my God, is that like it's a very nice inquiry on like the nature of death and unexpected death. Honestly.
Yeah.
Like it was good. Like
yeah.
not like the best thing we've watched. We'll get to that one, but I'd say
Yeah.
it's like probably really high in 4.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
top 4.
I'd actually. There's only one thing keeping it from being a 5 for me, and
Oh.
that's the narration style, which
yeah.
is very
Yeah.
much. I can tell this is an LN adaptation. This doesn't really work with visual media.
No.
Well, like the problem is that they also lean a bit too hard into the light novel
Oh,
style, which I mean, like we're watching another show, Haruhi Suzumiya, which is also going into that, and certainly Haruhi Suzumiya also has the light novel problem, but you can tell that with Haruhi Suzumiya, they're trying to still intersperse the main character talking and interacting with people instead of just
Yes.
having the narration be the only way they transition.
Yeah. I think it's good, but it definitely has some consistent either pacing or narration issues or things like that. It is animated really nice though.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. In that.
Crisp, clean, a little bit different.
Yes. It does have a different art style compared to most anime stuff. Which is nice. It's nice to see anime do something other than just effectively, I don't know, Fate.
Stop having
like
boobs
just knocking
everywhere.
off Fate. No, yeah. Like it's nice to not have just like I'm a horny motherfucking bastard. Here's some giant boobs because boobs.
Here is some definitely anatomically correct something.
Yeah, here's someone that's not gonna
belongs on
just
the body.
absolutely have their back destroyed.
Oh god, don't even get me
Like,
started with
fuck
that. Oh,
anime,
you've
my
not
God.
even seen. You've not seen, man.
I
You
have.
haven't even seen.
Daniel, I have.
No, you haven't. Trust me, you really haven't.
Here we go. Here's somebody who makes the Kardashians look naturally proportioned.
What? All right, well,
Oh,
I'll see that at
Lord.
some point then.
We
You,
won't.
you
because
won't.
it's bad enough that Greg and I will not recommend it.
At least give me a screenshot or something then.
Well, actually, I guess Horizon maybe has some.
Zero
of
Dawn?
that, but no.
No.
We'll
Ah.
get to that. But anyway,
Okay.
next movie.
Next is Inception, the
Surprisingly
2010
good
Christopher
for me,
Nolan
at
movie.
least.
Yeah, Inception. I love Inception. It's one of my favorite movies. Still, it's really good. Like it's the nature of like like thinking of ideas and like the cast is
What's
all
real?
really so. What's real? What's not? What happened? Do stuff that happens to us in dreams? Does that affect us in the real world on how we choose to act?
Now, I'll say this movie. I don't think it was nearly as introspective and thinky as it billed itself to be. But
No.
that's not necessarily.
A problem.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't really. Cause
That's
an
never a
issue.
consistent issue with Nolan, except for Tenet. Tenet's ass, but Inception is actually really, really great. I don't like Tenet at all, Greg. I
Yeah,
think it's
no,
ass.
I'm not gonna argue with you here.
Good,
I could, but it would hurt my soul.
good. Tenet's bad, but Inception I think is really good. Daniel, as someone who had you seen this movie or I forget?
I had not seen this movie up to, or any of the movie even up to watching it, and I was very much impressed by what I saw. Which
The
is
father-son aspect is so good.
like, yeah, and it's very much surprising for me because I know that I've probably talked about some of these things during streams, but I just generally do not like Western media a lot. So Inception was very much a good movie to me. Like I'd probably put it under Castle in the Sky, and given how much I like Castle in the Sky because of nostalgia, that's fairly
fair.
high bar.
That's fair. I think it's better, but I think that's fair. What about you, Greg? Do you want to put it? What do you think of?
See,
What's your opinion?
would-
on Inception?
I would also put it right under Castle in the Sky because, like, it's groundbreaking in a lot of respects, but it just didn't, like, from an emotional standpoint, it didn't necessarily move me as much. Like, a lot of what I like about Inception is more the technical aspect of it. I think it had really good effects, and those were what carried me through a lot of the movie, at least when watching it in the theaters.
Hmm.
Thinking about it later and kind of picking apart what makes these characters tick and the ambiguity of the ending, it did have depth to it, but I think it was actually in the same way as a lot of Ghibli films. It was relying pretty heavily on its ability to build a spectacular, breathtaking world and push characters through that world. And when you put it up against a Ghibli film that is not relying on that, I can't say it beats out Castle in the Sky by any means.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, no, that's fair. Up next is the original Iron
Iron
Man
Man.
from 2008, the thing that kicked off the MCU and has made Daniel really just annoyed Western media because everyone tries to copy all the shit that's in the MCU at this point, which is annoying. But the original Iron Man from 2008 is still really good. I still actually enjoy this because it's actually like yeah, it has some stuff that teases minor future things that might or might not happen, but there was no expectation of like this might work. Like legit, most of this movie was ad-lib because they're like, dude, I don't know what we should do. Like, what do we do? Like, most of the stuff in here is like actually like really good because they had no expectations of getting a sequel. They thought that if they failed, they would straight up go bankrupt and Marvel would be just sold for parts. Like, for a movie that basically they were like, oh, I don't know what to do. I guess we got to try it. It very much succeeded.
There's a combination of frantic desperation and spontaneity to it.
Yeah, no, it's. I still feel it's good. Like Daniel, I don't think I've ever seen any MCU.
Yeah, it's like it is good. I think. Like,
Yay!
Certainly, even just from a side perspective, it's good enough that I would say, it warrants
To
at least
exist.
a watch. It warrants existence, even if I don't particularly care for its existence. Like, it's good. Like, I would not say that this doesn't deserve to continue to be a thing.
Yeah.
So,
I think-
but still, not wanting to wish it out of existence isn't the highest bar in
Well,
the
it's
world.
Daniel with Western
Yeah.
media. So, like, I
Exactly.
mean, Greg, have you seen Iron Man at all, or am I the only one
Several
who's actually
times.
seen these? Same as me. Yeah, I think Iron Man is pretty good. I think I would put it. For me, I'd put it below Inception.
I don't think it's quite that great. Like,
hmm,
I mean,
Hey,
for what it stands for in terms of, well, Marvel and superhero movies in general, I do think that it's
important
very,
to the
very
historical
important.
record.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of a turning point for superhero media.
Yeah, because a lot of
But-
the 2000 superhero media, either it's Spider-Man and pretty good, X-Men, inconsistent, Fantastic Four, meh, or like Catwoman, bad. Like, it finally made people go, oh, these movies actually don't need to suck complete ass.
mhm.
And then Green
But-
Lantern came out 2 years later and sucked complete ass.
But I'll say that the movie on its own merits
Yes.
is actually, I didn't think that a lot of the character development was much good outside of Tony.
Yeah, Tony Stark, yeah, I'll say this.
I
that is
mean,
a
Tony's
consistent issue
basically
for-
the only character in that. Let's not
Yeah,
kid
I'll say
ourselves
it's
here.
a consistent issue with Marvel stuff, especially in the early days, that they don't do much with the side characters.
Yeah,
Though I do think his
hyper-focus.
relationship with Yinsen when they were stuck in the with the terrorists, I think that was a really good dynamic. Because,
Yeah, but
like,
that
they
didn't,
develop a
that didn't
rapport.
stick around.
It actually does in terms of like the whole MCU, but it doesn't
Yeah,
stick
but
in the
then
movies.
we're talking about just.
I know
this
it doesn't
movie
stick
right
around.
now.
Like I do wish they referenced it one more time in the movie itself, though. That is my issue.
It's
But Stark
It-
does go on to prove like
Yeah,
that he did not
this-
waste his life.
this movie felt like
He
a
was what if.
this felt like a cool origin story-ish movie where they weren't expecting to get past the origin story.
No.
So they kind of went for broke, and
Yeah.
a lot of like the cool Stark building things stuff was fun. The action where we got it was good,
Oh, the action's good. Yeah.
but
good hearing.
on an emotional level, I don't think this movie actually did that well.
Mhm.
I'd put it right under Detective Pikachu.
That's fair.
Mhm.
I'll take that.
I would
I
say
think-
bottom of 4, but that's probably being a little harsh on it.
I think it's better than Gundam and Coco, though, Daniel.
Fair enough.
I don't want to put it below Demolition Man.
But like, I really did love the attention to detail that they gave to a lot of the the mechanical aspects, which
Oh yeah, the fact they actually
I-
show it being built
yeah.
and constructed is
Yeah.
actually really great.
I do find
A lot of
that
movies do
lot
not
of-
show that at this point.
a lot of later MCU stuff and even
devolves into
later
CG
Iron Man
more.
stuff. Yeah, they're
just
moving away
appears.
from they're moving away from realism, and I mean Iron Man's already a step away from anything that's realistically plausible. But
Yeah, obviously
they-
you can't build an Iron
yeah.
Man suit in real life, but like
I
with
mean-
maybe if we get enough advanced technology, we maybe could have it. Iron Man became like important to culture that even Obama's like when they announced they were building,
building
some
Iron
drone,
Man.
we're building Iron Man. Like
Yeah.
even Obama joked about it. Like that's how much it became like relevant.
the thing
Yeah.
is,
And I love
Iron
that.
Man 1, OG Iron Man movie, they worked to make the tech feel believable.
Yes.
They,
It feels like it could exist someday.
yeah, they put this
Especially
love
that
into
first suit
every
where it's
moving
in the
part.
cave, that's a real
Yeah.
suit. That's a real suit they built. They had to CG it later to make it move correctly, but it was a real physical thing they put on Downey, who fucking hated it.
Nice.
Understandable. Did you see the thigh gap on that thing?
Oh no, like if you go watch like the scenes where he's like filming it, at the beginning of it where he puts on like both suits, he's like, oh, this is cool. At the end he's like, fuck, get me out of this. I hate this. Like if you want to know why they do CG for the bottom half, it's because he fucking hated it. That's why he started doing that in Iron Man 2, because he's like, I hate being in this thing, but I like making these tens of millions of dollars, so thanks guys.
Yeah.
Because he,
Nice.
yeah. Up next is Iron Man 2, the sequel. Iron Man 2.
Ooh.
As an
That
MCU guy, I will
one.
admit, Iron Man 2 has a lot of issues. MCU,
rough.
most movies mostly have a lot of issues until Winter Soldier finally makes it consistent. Like, actually pretty good. I think early MCU has good stuff and bad stuff. There's a reason I'm not even bothering with Hulk. I'm skipping that, because even I haven't seen Hulk, because it is bad, and I mean, everyone generally knows the Hulk shtick.
Matt, I've watched it. You missed nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing in it. You don't need to watch it. It's bad.
Mm.
Iron Man 2, I think, could have been better, but even the people in charge of the MCU have admitted we could have tried harder at it, because the issues, I think, they knew they had a lot of issues with it. Like, even nowadays, they're like, yeah, this is a problem. Like, the fact that even the people who made it are like, yeah, not really that great. We kind of overstepped our hand, you know, like,
Yeah,
you can tell that that's the thing you
fine.
can tell, yeah. Like, it is a movie with consistent issues. But, like, personally, I'd give it bottom 3, below Cowboy Bebop.
Definitely below Cowboy Bebop. I'm actually.
Advent Children just gives me a
Not-
headache.
I'm.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I'd say bottom of 3 too.
Yeah, bottom
Or
3. I don't
I'd-
think
it's either
it is
bottom
not
of
the
3
worst
or
thing you'll
above
ever
half.
watch. Yeah, it is not the worst thing ever. But it is not as good as the original, and in terms of MCU, it is towards the bottom of the tier list of the 30 movies or so that exist now.
Yeah.
And it
I've
did
seen
make
people
you
argue
want
that
to
it's better
scream.
than it is. It is not. It is.
It really isn't.
It is okay in terms of MCU, but in terms of a general movie, it is whatever. But like, it does lead to stuff later. It's just that it itself is an issue. I don't know.
Hmm.
That's Marvel for you.
It does not stand on its own as a movie.
Yeah, like it is very much something that is leading to something else. But I mean, you know, what are you gonna do?
All right.
Up next is season 1 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
So Phantom Blood. I'm sorry to anybody whose favorite arc of JoJo's is Phantom Blood, but the people who made this season are technically part because there's all there. So Battle Tendency is technically also part of this season, but we didn't watch that. These folks, I think, correctly decided that for the most part, Phantom Blood is not people's favorite part of JoJo's. What it is that it matters for figuring out what the tone of the show, especially parts 1 and 2, is, and it tells you what the heck is going on. And so they stripped out a lot of just basic fundamental pacing things, I think, and
Yeah.
crammed it together.
There's so many pacing problems.
I mean, Phantom Blood was never a long arc to begin with, but this just felt like, okay, so we're setting the stage early on, and we're going to do this at, a normal, sensible pace, and then, oh wait, we've got all of our action to do, we've got our learning arc, and none of this took long to begin with, but this feels rushed. This really feels rushed. And
Yeah.
the animation was, well, okay, the OP has fantastic animation, I think. They went hard on that, and I think they didn't allocate enough resources to everything else because they dumped everything into that. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. The show, I think, I don't know. Like I think the best moment of the show for me was when he defeated the other guy, like one of the zombie like
You
past
mean
heroes. What is his
You
name?
mean the
which
one with
one?
the hair?
Yeah, the
Hairman.
Yeah, the guy who like he actually had a conversation. The guy like once he
Bluford.
purified his soul or whatever.
Yeah, Bluford.
Yeah, I liked that conversation, and then they immediately undercut it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
why? You didn't need to do that. You could have just ended this episode and called it a day. Instead, you had to completely undercut it for no reason. That was fucking annoying.
And whenever Tarkus did anything, you just kind of wish that he'd stop.
Yeah.
Like, not even save our characters to whom we may have gotten attached, but just like, dude, no, just
Dude,
dial
stop
it
doing things,
Yeah.
please.
And then there's Dio. He's the
Dio,
way that he's,
Dio was a
so
thing that
annoying.
occurred.
the way that he's handled.
It's handled so badly.
Yeah, he's like. I probably never mentioned this on stream, but one of the long-standing things that's been in a document on my computer is something I call JoJo's Bizarre Rewrite. And this
JoJo's
part is the part of who is young Dio, who is Dio growing up. That's getting the hammer.
Ah.
It's like there's a moment where Dio is basically acting all contrite and everything, and like, I'm turning myself in, but I want you to be the one to cuff me, Jojo. And Speedwagon interjects like, no, I've seen lots of rotten people, and I have a good sense of this, and I can tell that this is one of the worst people I've ever run into, just from the core. And like, okay, Speedwagon, sure, you don't know anything about his childhood, his upbringing, or anything. It's just this thing in the moment. But in this case, he's kind of right that Dio is planning a turnabout, and it's just, well, I want Dio to have more complexity. I'm going to say Dio gets actually like he has a conscience. He grows a conscience somewhere in his body. And so he's actually like, he's torn between actually turning himself in and going through with the plan, and Speedwagon comes out with his spiel, and Dio's like, well, fuck you too, I guess. That would be so much better.
Yeah.
Like, Dio's only crisis of any worth is, I'm turning into my father. I hated my father. I'm going to double down in turning into my father.
Yeah.
Like, no.
I don't know.
No, man.
Yeah.
And he's just... He's not interesting.
No. I put this at top of 2.
Probably.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like Daniel, what do you think?
I wasn't
Oh,
very
yeah.
interested in it.
Yeah.
I dropped? No, I think I stayed till the end, but I was just.
Yeah, you stuck around
Yeah,
mostly because
you
there
were
wasn't
not-
that much left by the time that you
Yeah.
were completely...
Yeah. Oh
Up
yeah, I
next
got
is-
really frustrated with Dio.
Yeah, and I did too. I was like, God damn it, every time. Yes, that was annoying. But up next is another divisive show, Jujutsu Kaisen, part of season 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay!
But we didn't get very far into Jujutsu Kaisen, and I know that's probably going to be super blasphemous for a lot of anime fans, but like
Oh, so frustrating.
the arc with the kid that was like
Tepe?
bullied and shit,
Tepe. That's Genshin.
Nah. I've been calling him Tepe in my head because I called him that by accident once.
Oh my god.
Whatever.
Whatever is the kid's
It's
name
in
is, the
my-
one
it's
who's
in
super
my brain
depressed and
forever.
watches his mom die or whatever. Like that
Yeah, like, that
could have been
whole
interesting, and then they
situation
just
was
destroy it. It's like completely useless.
Yeah, like I wanted the kid to at least like if he was gonna do something, join the side of evil but have regrets about it. Or
Yeah.
join the side of good, but everybody's suspicious of him now because he was doing bad things. Instead they just kill him off.
Yeah, they
And
don't do
also,
anything with
like-
him. It's like they go through his
and,
whole
like-
backstory for like an episode or two, and then he's just effectively
And
dead.
his whole backstory is just like or like the crisis
overly
that
cruel.
causes him to turn is made by the villain and nobody's aware of this.
Yeah.
Like, come on now.
And then the villain basically just ends it. It's just like, oh, okay, well, I'm turned you to my side, but now you're just completely useless. Now I'm just gonna kill you.
It seemed kind of shocking on my first read through because when I was actively following the manga. In hindsight, it is what it is wasteful.
It's completely wasteful.
Yeah.
Like, I just...
Like, we basically burned an entire potentially interesting character who has character dynamics with our main character for exactly two things. One, to make our main character reflect about things a little later on, and when I say a little, I mean a little tiny bit of reflection, because Yuji is not an introspective person by nature.
Nope.
And number two, for the immediate shock value of, oh hey, this guy's dead now.
Yeah. It just goes for the shock
Damn,
value.
Can't believe he's fucking dead.
Yeah, no, I
I got so frustrated by the show. I was like, oh, will be neat. And then like it just does like violence for just the sake of it. It does a whole like couple episodes of a character's backstory and kills them off for no reason. Like I'd like to if at least they'd like another interesting way they could have done it with instead of killing the guy is they turn him into like because it's like oh you can't save anybody. It's like they'd been able to save him or something. That would have made it more interesting because he could be like, I went through this whole like trauma and shit and and then he came out the other side of like I want to fucking kill that guy because he tried to fucking kill me. Like that would have been more interesting than just killing him off. Like, because imagine like you found a way to like if you found like no one's ever. I know it's a trope of like no one's ever done this before, but like there's a reason that trope sometimes works, and it's a trope that could have
I
worked.
feel like the more we talk about Yuji, the more we're turning him into the main character instead.
Yeah,
of
except he's
whatever.
not.
You mean Junpei?
Yeah, but he was. Yeah, the problem is
Teppei?
whatever. Like the problem is like I don't know. The main character is also just not that interesting.
Well,
I
he's the
a
least
shonen
interesting
man.
member of the
there
crew.
are very interesting things about him, but as a person, he's boring.
He's so boring as a person. I actively dislike the main character.
Like, he's the sort of person that you'd kind of just, like, if you knew them in real life, you'd kind of hang out and vibe with them, but you
There's not
wouldn't
much
go
to
out
them.
of your way to do it.
No, you'd be like, hey man, what's up? Oh, what's up? And then you'd be like, all right, have a nice day. See you, man. Like someone you'd be friendly with, but you wouldn't like actively like be their friend. You'd just be like a polite acquaintance with.
You be a friend at them.
You'd be like, yeah, like if they're going through a moment, you might be like, hey man, you could feel better by doing this, but it's not someone you'd actively choose to hang out with. It just exists. Like, I don't know. I would give the show 1.
Yeah, honestly,
It's such a negative.
I had an idea a while back that we could have salvaged a little bit of this with, surprisingly enough, just less violence.
Yes.
Damn, who could have guessed?
Which-
It's a shonen anime. That's the problem. And I know
It
Daniel
seems
doesn't like
really-
shonen.
It seems really weird given that a lot of, at least to me, a lot of the strongest things about this show do center around its violent aspects.
Yeah.
But if we dialed that back just a little, then we'd have room for these characters to actually
If it had a One
develop
Punch Man
and have
Season 1 vibe,
stuff
it would have been
about them.
better. If it had a One Punch Man Season 1 vibe, it would have been better.
well, a
Because
lot
like,
of...
there's a goofy stuff in here. There's a fucking panda that like knows how to do shit.
Yeah,
Like, come on, lean more into that aspect than the. This is the ultra dark. Like, I don't care. Just make it more goofy fun.
well, okay, so there's another thing. Some of the cast that we get introduced to, it's like they have enough interestingness to stand on their own, and the way that it gets handled, we didn't really get to it, but there's a lot of times that we could draw out the interestingness through character interactions, but instead we get backstory. And I don't have a thing against backstory, but learning about characters by throwing them at each other rather than by breaking the flow of the story would be a really, really nice thing to have.
Yeah.
But we don't have those.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 1.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, anime fans. It's just not very good.
With that said, I do want to give some points in the show's favor that there are some really good animation sequences.
Oh, yeah.
I dig the soundtrack, even if I don't think it's always used optimally.
Yeah.
And some of the characters I really do want to see more of, which is kind of a mixed thing to say, because obviously for me to feel that means that we didn't get enough of them, but I'm also, for example, going back to Panda, I'm invested in Panda.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, what's
Up next is Kiki's Delivery Service.
This one's definitely one of the more child-oriented.
Yes. Shows, movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's cute, and the ending is cute, but like, it's very much for small children again. It's a Ghibli.
Yeah, I'd say
It's
it's
a Ghibli
not preferable and different. Like,
Yeah.
I personally think it's fine. Like, I'd probably put it in low 3 stars, but just nothing really happens.
No, nothing really happens. Also, one second, I gotta make sure that's not beeping with me.
Okay, next is King's Avatar, which is if y'all haven't heard of King's Avatar, it was a very
It's
odd.
my car. We can continue. My car's fine. It's not my car beeping.
Man, you really need to learn to mute when you walk away from your computer.
Sorry.
Jesus.
Bang, thud, crunch, meow, roll.
Sorry.
It's literally just one of those, like, I walk off screen in a cartoon.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
King's Avatar.
King's
if you
Avatar.
haven't watched it, I don't blame you. It's
unknown
it's-
outside of China.
well, not really, because it blew up a little bit because I think it came out right around the time SAO did. So there were a couple of videos roaming around, which is actually how I found it, where it was like, "Hey, you like SAO, right?" For all the people that like
Sure.
it, for the parts that
Yeah,
aren't
sure.
the bad parts, you all know what I'm talking about. But
Mm.
well, here's this
Oh,
anime.
no.
Well, here's this Chinese anime. I don't know what they call it exactly.
Donghua.
Sure.
Donghua, yeah, where you have a gamer who's actually a gamer, and they're actually just gaming.
Yeah, there's not
So,
really
like-
much to it. It's just, hey, they're good at it. Like,
Yeah,
they don't really
they're
have
just
like a whole
gamers
family life or
gaming.
social life. It's just, hey, I'm a retired gamer, but I want to get back into it.
Yeah, like that's
It's nice
more or
like
less
that.
it. Just a gamer having fun and poning noobs. It's
Yeah.
more or less everything that's like the fun part of
It's
SAO.
what people think esports is supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just
So-
goofing around. Yeah, there's a
It's
story
fun.
to it, but it's not. The
It's like-
aspect is mostly just fuck the other guys.
Yeah, it's
It's
like
fun.
yeah, it's more or less the same reason why we did Build Fighters, but with less emotional depth to it,
Yes.
even at surprising junction. So, like, there's still some, but not a lot.
No, it mostly focuses on gaming, and that might be a restriction of the Chinese government. So who knows? Because they
Yeah,
have
I would say
constant
it's
restrictions.
probably below Cowboy Bebop.
But also, Lord Grimm gets to pilot a Gundam. Win.
That'd be something.
Life after
Uh,
people is up next.
Okay, so I want to preface this. A lot of the reason why we stopped is because I was voicing complaints about the show.
Yes.
I want to point out, I think the concept is really cool, actually.
Yes.
Like, an analysis on the world after people have vanished from it is really cool.
The concept is really cool, describes a lot of things we've seen.
It's one of the last shows from the History Channel before it devolved into Ice Road Truckers.
And don't forget the Gold Rush thing.
What Gold Rush thing?
Wrong, we forget.
I don't even
We
remember what
forgot.
you're talking
Oh,
about.
boy.
All I remember is
Okay.
Ice Road Truckers and fuck Pawn Stars. That's when I stopped watching
There's
the
a show that's on history now that I think is just like we follow these couple of groups that are digging for gold in the modern day.
Yes, make $1 a day from that. Great plan.
Yeah, anyway, but Life After People. I like the concept. The problem is that the concept is just effectively repeated every episode.
They reuse a lot of information.
Yeah, so
The problem I
yeah,
find
that's-
too is that like, well, for one, I heard it's like a couple dozen episodes long. It
Yeah, it's
doesn't
like
need to be a
24.
couple dozen episodes long. It needed to be like 6 episodes long.
yeah, here's
and
the thing,
like
chat.
we could have analyzed a certain concept like animals, infrastructure, preservation of media.
Ironically,
like,
they
you
do
did-
that later.
Well, I know, but like instead of kind of wish-washing between certain aspects, like, oh yeah, here's the Statue of Liberty breaking. Oh, but also here's the
Sears Tower.
zoo breaking down,
Yeah.
or whatever. Like, we could have done those each separately, and I think it would have been much better per episode too, because most of the episodes feel very disjointed between the concepts they're trying to analyze.
Yeah. So here's the thing, Chad. This is the way the show is constructed. There was 1 hour and a half like TV movie that the History Channel made, and then that did so they greenlit the show. I think reflecting on this, because I enjoyed the show very much back in the day when I was like 12 or whatever. I think you only need to watch that 1 hour and a half special.
Yeah.
I think that's it. If you watch that, you'll be thoroughly entertained, and you'll pretty much learn everything that was in the show. I think.
Honestly, I'd
Other than
rate
that, I
it
think you're
really
good.
high if it were just that.
I feel like I should have
Yeah.
only shown that. That is my bad. But like, yeah, it very much does reflect on it. It does repeat itself very often. But if you want something like, that's interesting, and you need to kill an hour and a half, it's not a bad way to kill an hour and a half. Just don't watch the rest of it. Just watch that 1 hour and a half special, because you don't really need to be that deep into all the different aspects. It's just like it goes from like first like hour or whatever to like 10,000 years or whatever. Like you
Yeah, no,
really, that's all you need to watch.
The special
Yeah.
was good, the concept was good. They just kept going, and I don't think they knew what
Mid
they were
2000s
doing.
cable budgets. We have more.
Nobody told them they'd have to make more content.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. Is they kept going when they didn't really particularly need to. But for what it's worth, I did enjoy it back in the day. But now looking back on it, I think it is a.
I'd still give it a 2-star.
I put it
because-
below I put it below Arc Knights,
Yeah.
but above Death Notes. It's Death. I put it above season 2.
Put it above Life After L.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So up next is Madoka Magica.
Oh boy.
So don't
Matt,
be
why don't you take
So
it?
chat, do not be baited by the thumbnail. Do not be baited by it. I was baited by it for the first 2 episodes. I'm like, what is happening? Why is Daniel showing me the show? And then I got to the 3rd episode and I went, oh. And then the show completely changes tune from a, yay, happy-go-lucky, we have powers too. Fuck you, fuck
Oh,
your life,
no.
fuck the universe, fuck this shit. Like, anytime, and like Greg made a joke, I think it was either Greg or Daniel made a joke about basically Cube-A. Fuck that. Fuck that bastard. Fuck that. If I see a thing like that, I'm just gonna take a shotgun to its face. I know it'll
Honestly,
come
that's
back.
too quick. That's too quick, too swift. Punt it repeatedly.
So I should drop kick it like an Ewok.
Yes.
Then I'll do that.
You need
drop
to
kick
just
it by-
hacky sack it.
I'll invite you guys over to hacky sack it. We'll all hacky sack Cube-A. But no, fuck Cube-A. Like, holy shit, this show is insane. I don't understand how the fuck they made that. Like, because like, the fun part about that chat is we then tried to watch the movie. It didn't work. I had to call the place and ask for a refund. You know how embarrassing it is as a mid-20s guy to ask for a refund when the thumbnail looks like that?
What the fuck, man? I had to like lie and say it was for my kid because the guy doesn't know
Just-
what it's about. The
just-
random voodoo employee doesn't know what it's about. He just goes, "All right, I'll refund you the money because it didn't work."
mean-
Sure.
I mean, who?
It was
who
so
cares what-
embarrassing.
No. Who cares what the voodoo employee thinks? It was frustrating.
It's on my account. That's the frustrating thing. Is because I got embarrassed as hell, being like, "I need that refunded, please," as a mid-20s man. Like that shit's embarrassing to call for a refund because their website didn't work for the refund. I had to call a human. They had to look at my account, see all the shit in my account, and find that and refund it, Greg. That's embarrassing.
But also, given what this actually is, and
That makes it
how
even
much
funnier.
how much recognition this deserves, I think.
Yeah, no, this show actually deserves a
I hope-
watch. Holy
I
shit,
hope
chat.
to one day live in a world where you don't have to be embarrassed about something like that, because this is something special.
Oh, absolutely. It's a 5-star. It's so good.
Just the amount of symbolism and foreshadowing and the dawning unease, the horror of it all.
So much horror.
Yeah, it's like this. I don't consume enough like on-screen horror content. I more tend to read it, and the differences in how you handle these creeping realizations when you can actually show faces, when you can have something come up and actively take you by surprise, like in the moment. It's something different, and there's no, I can't overstate how much I recommend this show. Just make sure that you're in a good headspace.
Yes.
When
And
you
you give
watch
it
it-
3 episodes.
Yeah,
At least.
Give it 3 episodes, and make sure that your mental health is at least stable.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like, because I'm one of those weirdos who feels better after watching this, but just look out for yourselves, y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look out for yourselves. But anyway, top of 5 stars for me.
5-star. Yeah, 5-star. 100%. If you haven't watched the show, be in a good headspace and then watch the show.
Exactly. Now, Rebellion. Oh man.
Oh, it's really good
For
too.
me-
Even topper a
no.
5-star for me.
Yeah, I would say top, but like I can see where some people don't like Rebellion, but like just from an objective standpoint, not even talking about the ending, you all know if you've watched Rebellion, you all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like I personally just think Rebellion is everything Madoka did, but like a longer episode and more well done from the technical aspects.
Yes, it definitely has more of a budget too.
Yeah, it is good in my opinion.
Madoka
Maybe
is
a bit
underrated.
too flashy comparatively, but I think it fits the aesthetic
Yeah,
once you
it-
understand.
Yeah.
It also does build up to the correct tone for the conclusion.
Yeah.
I'll say, obviously, you do have to have the context of the main show.
Yes, absolutely.
This is definitely
requirement.
very clearly designed as a sequel, not as a standalone.
Yes.
I've come across a lot of people saying that Rebellion is a major character assassination for Homer, and I don't think it is.
How is it a character? That makes no sense.
Because she, like, they're showing she's basically going and breaking the world in order to impose her will on somebody she ostensibly loves, who has made a choice already.
Right.
And a lot of people on the internet and who I've talked to seem to think that this is one heck of a heel turn,
Mhm.
and that we're basically just this character who was doing her best for somebody she cared about for so long has now basically stripped the person she cares the most about of autonomy and forced her will on her and taken the entire world along for the ride in the process, and that's some sort of awful change. And whereas
where's this Homura who's only trying her best and stuff like that we got in the series. And I think that it's two sides of the same coin. It's the logical conclusion of somebody who's been stretched too thin, and especially if
She's fucking lost it.
especially if you go read Wraith Arc, it's the progression of, well, the straw that broke the camel's back is unfortunately not something that we got to see in the movie, and I think you can kind of infer it based on the memory powers you see in the end. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I'm sure several people out there haven't seen it, but you get hints at what might have done the deed to basically push Homura over the edge, because it's not just the build up, the wear and tear of time and being the only one who remembers Madoka and stuff like that.
Right.
It's Kyubey actively pushing her over the edge. It's also what a lot of the people I've discussed it with had to be reminded of is at the end of the day, Homura is in much less of her right mind than usual, and that's saying something. And she has perfectly valid reasons.
Yeah, she's been completely just, her mind has been broken. She's like, she's just lost it. She's fucking lost it.
This child is not okay and needs therapy.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. The fun part about this was discussing this with someone at work. They're like, "What have you like?" I was talking about how we're watching TV shows. They're like, "We watched animes." I'm like, "We watched Madoka." He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "So yeah." I'm like, "Yeah." So he knows the pain. That was fun. That was fun at work. That was fun to talk about someone. We didn't even say anything about the show. We were both like, "Yeah, we understand it. We get it."
Just a 1,000-yard stare.
It pretty much was a 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, it was that. And we're like, "So do you like it?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "Pain." He's like, "Yep." It was so funny. Fucking hell. Madoka, oh my god, that's so good. Fuck.
It's...
Give me the next part.
Yeah,
Fox.
it's coming. It's coming.
Releasing in 24, right?
Something like that.
Good, alright.
In the meanwhile, we
wait.
should make a Wraith Arc movie with us voice acting a bunch of middle
I'm
school
not
kids.
voice acting a middle school child.
God, what's
I was having my cousins do that.
Anyway,
Up next is
Next movie.
Makia.
yeah, Makia, where the
Yeah.
where the
Fuck.
promised flowers bloom.
That made me cry. That made me cry.
Yeah,
hard.
that one
Fuck.
was great. Like, I would put that honestly after Rebellion, and given that Rebellion was my favorite movie for a long time and still is, that's saying a lot. That like we watched it once, and we're just all like, "Yep,
Speak for yourself.
right."
Yeah, Makia.
Well, once at the
Fucking
time, that was the first time any of us had seen it,
Yeah.
and we're just all like,
You watched
"Yep,
it again, Greg?
Yeah,
yeah, I
You
did."
watched
Just
Makia
voice-
again?
yeah, it destroys you just as much the second time, let me tell you.
Yeah.
How did you watch Makia again? I can't handle
Internet.
that. Oh my god.
We're both idiots, apparently.
Yeah,
But
both of you are idiots.
I spend enough time on
Ugh.
the internet that I have developed it. I'm blaming the internet for my lack of self-preservation, even though this is pronouncedly false.
Jesus Christ.
nice. But anyway, like, it's a great commentary on familial relationships, even when they're not like blood related. And then also like the regression of time, what it means to hold on to tradition versus experience new things, and the pains of getting or learning new things. Like,
Loss of innocence,
there's
the
just
death of
so many
whimsy.
aspects of the story that are great, and then the music, well, pretty standardly fantastical, and in that regard, like, they're still really good pieces of music. And then the lighting, the
Oh,
like the
lighting's so good.
visuals, holy shit, like
movies fucking
No,
scared
I
me
don't-
so many times. with
The body
plot.
language, the facial expressions,
all the
moments of
artwork is
silence.
gorgeous. Like, holy, we have not seen anything. I don't think there's anything that even comes close to that we've watched. So
Nope.
It is unique. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, no, it's gorgeous, and it also is really fucking depressing and scaring me at times with its plot. There's a point near the end where I thought they were gonna go with a certain plot point. Please no, please no, please no, please no.
Yeah, no.
And they left you, and they make you go in suspense for like a good 15 fucking minutes.
And
Or
then
at
you
least it
breathe out
feels.
that sigh of relief at the end.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, thank you. Oh,
And then you realize that for 15 minutes you weren't actually breathing.
yeah. That fucking hell. That show was not. That movie's good.
I will say that I found they went a bit heavy-handed on the foreshadowing at the beginning,
Yes.
but they backed it off pretty quickly, and I think honestly they knew what they were doing.
Yes.
I don't know exactly why they were doing what they were doing, but it feels intentional, and it feels like it plays into the whole aspect of time and the circle of life and the cycle of how things happen and what it means to stand outside of that.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's so good. Watch it, chat. You should watch it. 5 stars.
Also,
yeah.
two-tailed dragons.
That is true. That's also cool. And then after the
Two-tailed 3D dragons that fit in 2D animation scenes just
That is true.
fine.
That's
3D
Yeah.
anime, take note.
Yeah. Up next is
March of the
the
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
Let me tell you, as somebody,
This man has
like,
nostalgia for dinosaurs.
Yes, I
Yeah,
have
he was
watched.
around when dinosaurs were big.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yes,
This
and
man was around since dinosaurs existed. Daniel is always the dinosaurs.
I am just.
He just
an
misses
ancient
all of
being.
he misses all of his buddies.
But yeah, so I was around during the big boom of dinosaurs, the Walking with era, and then I kind of fell off with dinosaurs for a while, and then I don't know, about 2018 or so, I stumbled upon March of the Dinosaurs on YouTube, and like I've been watching some stuff as of late that's been kind of like, hey, you remember these shows from the whenever for dinosaur or like prehistoric?
Oh yeah, I've
media?
seen that on YouTube too.
Yeah, so remember how much this sucked and this sucked? Like, March of the Dinosaurs is truly a return to form for dinosaur content, I think. And is genuinely really good in all regards. Like, everything's pretty really accurate, aside from maybe the volcanic hellscape
Yes.
existing.
I mean,
all the dinosaurs look
recent
really good.
recent geological evidence does point to a lot of interesting volcanic hellscape stuff, especially late Cretaceous.
Yeah, but you know what Hemi means.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's,
anyway. Anyway, like, dinosaurs look great. They move perfectly fine. Act like actual animals and not bloodthirsty killing machines.
They're like actually
Like-
just normal. They're like,
Like,
I'm hungry.
they're
I
like-
guess.
don't always try and kill the thing in front of them.
Yeah, they're-
surprisingly.
Yes.
they're actual animals,
They have
not angry
strats.
house cats.
Yeah, it's really good. March of the Dinosaurs. I quite enjoyed it. As someone who liked dinosaurs but was never really huge into them, March of the Dinosaurs is pretty good.
I'd say it's like 4. Probably still below Castle in the Sky and Inception, but probably better than Pikachu, in my opinion.
Yeah, I You know, I didn't really think about it, but actually, yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, no, I quite enjoyed it. It was excellent.
I'm actually tempted to put it above Inception just slightly, but
I'm not.
yeah. And you're the final arbiter.
All right, where's the Halo ring? How many times do I need to go? Where's the flood? I need to go kill them. Yeah, chat. Yeah, up next is Moana. the Disney movie that is now being remade into live action for some reason.
Because Dwayne.
Yeah, The Rock, basically. Yeah, it's probably in his contract. But yeah, Moana on its own is it's all right. It's pretty good. I mean, is it as good as older Disney Pixar stuff? No, but it's still really good. The music's it's still really nice. The music's all really good. I like the music in it because the music's also not like annoying or irritating. Like, yeah, they are kind of. Yeah, like that song's good. Maui explaining his backstory is good because I don't know if because The Rock's actually doing a good job singing, which is nice. I think like the Polynesian culture stuff is cool because that's not something you see very often. I think like it is pretty good. I think anyone can get enjoyment out of it. I think it is definitely better your first time watching it. And I did see it. I think I saw it when it came out in the theater. I'm not remembering exactly. But it is like a very solid film. I think it's a good time. No one can really get mad at anything in it. I think it's just really, really good.
I liked how they had the
Their aspect
Chicken
between the two.
Hey who basically do his thing.
Yeah.
Like even when he wasn't the focus of the scene, he was just there being a numbskull chicken.
Yes.
And
He's just being a dumbass chicken.
Yeah. It didn't have to interrupt the scene all the time.
No.
It could just be, well, okay, this chicken has 0 brain cells. That's
Pizza's
fine.
1 sec.
But he's still here. This is probably the one chicken that we can all agree not to eat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a low bar. But, yeah, like, I think the movie was good, but it tried forcing its humor a bit too much. Especially when the humor didn't stick, too. Like, that was pretty bad. I do think, though, that it's still a good movie, so I would probably put it above UBW. Like, I would watch it again. But...
I'd watch it again too.
I'd actually, that's a funny one, because I feel like I'd actually put it between Avatar seasons 2 and 3.
That's fair. I think I'd do the same thing. That seems a fair bit.
Which, yay! Now Avatar is all split up.
Yay! Yeah, and then let's see. Up next is Mob Psycho 100.
Oh heck yes!
Fuck yes, the show is
Yay.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I would put it under Broly, but just barely. Because
Yeah, so like top of or bottom of 5 stars.
bottom of 5
At the
yeah.
moment, yeah. It's such a good show. I see why everyone like really. I didn't watch it when it was coming out. I only watched it towards the end of its run, and this show is definitely not overrated. It is really good because it really delves into like who is Mob, how does he fit into everything, what's his deal with all his friends and everything. It's what Jujutsu Kaisen should be.
Yeah, it's very much what does it mean to be normal, what does it mean to be exceptional,
Yeah.
and how do you walk the line in between.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mob Psycho is what Jujutsu Kaisen wants to be. But it's absolutely
also,
not.
It's also got a fantastic art style because
Oh, yeah.
it's for reference. This is from the same author as One Punch Man, and if you've seen original
Season
webcomic One Punch Man, you know that it starts with a very rough and raw style, but it also, because it's so rough, it does convey a lot of I don't know. To me, the original One Punch Man webcomic is great because it shows something very authentic and genuine.
Hmm.
And since Mob Psycho was basically one has refined his art skills noticeably, this is a lot closer to the art of the original source material instead of aping the redrawn version for One Punch Man. So this still has a lot of that authenticity. You can feel like this you're closer to the author's vision, I'd say.
Yes.
But it's also really lovingly drawn.
Oh yeah.
The power sequences, especially where you have these shine and sparkle textures that are masked around the characters as auras and around objects that they're influencing. Each character has a little bit of a different aura that kind of describes their personality with color and geometry, and then Mobs is just this kind of psychedelic glow with these. It's like it shows you how vibrant he is on the inside. All that he is, that he's bottling up, it just comes out in a kind of a sea of light. It's fantastic. And the characters, you get attached to some of the characters you think you're just going to hate forever.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I remember when I was reading the manga and Dimple stuck around, I was like, okay, dude, no. You've overstayed your welcome. Go away, shoot. And then later on, I remember crying for Dimple.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Everything the author learned from One Punch Man and from making One Punch Man comes out in the 4 for this.
Yeah.
Does start a little bit slow in terms of building up who Mob is as opposed to who people think he is.
Yeah.
But that also feels intentional. That feels like it's a parallel for how much he's got going on under the surface.
Yeah, Mob's actually pretty complicated. Also think he's just like a quiet dude. But no, he's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's been 4 hours. What do you
And
guys
we're
think?
not even halfway there.
Yeah, so we have like 3 rows of stuff. Do you guys want to make a part 2?
Yes.
Yes, we're probably gonna
Alright,
do
yeah,
it.
so it is 5:50 and we've been going for 4 hours. Jeez, we've been going for 4 hours. Fuck it. Yeah, so yeah, chat. We are gonna pause it here for now. We are going to probably make a part 2 at some point in the next week. We are not going to say when because I'm going to talk to these gentlemen offline. But yeah, so this is where we're putting everything through Mob Psycho right now. We have at the top, we have all these things. At 4-star, we have this. 3-star, we've got this. 2-star, we have that. 1-star, we've got these. 0-star, we have this garbage.
Exactly one
piece of garbage. And we've got some stuff that's just meh.
So I
But,
hope y'all have enjoyed, and I hope
yes.
y'all have disagreements with us because that shows that we
I
are
enjoy
a
the
diverse
comment section.
bunch of people.
I'm going to enjoy people roasting me on Twitter for giving Jujutsu Kaisen 1 star.
Please roast him politely.
Yes. Because, like, that would be
You
fun.
will never roast him better than he roasts himself.
That is true. I am good at roasting myself. I am fat. Chat, so we're going to do a part 2
I
later.
stand corrected. You can
Okay.
definitely roast him better than he roasts himself based on that.
Alright, fuck you, Greg. But yeah, no, chat, thank you. And we will do a part 2 later. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Yay.
Mhm.